There we go. Now I just need to adjust everything, especially because I'm not going to be as loud as I usually am. I need to make it a lot quieter. There we go. Oops. Turn this down a little bit. There we go. There we go. That's much better.
Here we go!
Yeah, let's go! Here is your first mission. I want to test your investigation skills. Collect 10 hermit crabs.
Let's go. Hey, have you seen any hermit crabs in this area? Let's go.
Enemies up ahead! Keep going.
Got it. Let's level up.
Wow! Plenty of enemies around here!
Yep. Let's go.
I'll take the lead!
That was interesting.
These ruins, they moved when we got near them.
Here we go!
Here we go. Let's go. Here we
I'll
go.
take the lead!
Proceed with caution and be careful not to fall. Yep. Level.
Not bad.
Here we go.
Not really bad at all.
Let's go! Here's your next mission. A Chao is lost in that palace. Find and rescue that Chao. Hey! Why not try up there?
Let's go. The pillars on the sides of the path look unstable. Better be careful. Let's go. Here we go. This is Vector's specialty. Let's go. Let's go.
Can you do something about that shield, Espiel?
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go.
I'll take the lead! Here we go!
Here we go. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Yep.
Thank you!
Level up. Here we go. Whoa, not bad. Let's go. We can travel far distances by moving around using the bubble to glide.
Ooh, that was insane speed.
By using this trick. Here we go. Let's go.
Nope, Charmy's too far back.
Guess we'll have Charmy do this.
Vector! There's a lot of them!
All right. Leave them to me.
Hey, Axel. Things might be a little quiet, but I can't exactly be loud.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's go!
It's been a while since you've actually been able to watch my stream, huh?
Here's your next mission. Destroy all of Eggman's robots holding the city. Every single one of them.
Whoa, this path is moving. Didn't know I could move this fast. Level up. Here we go. Let's go. Those suspicious machines must be stealing something from that pipe.
Eggman, you bad man!
Well, I guess we caught him red-handed. Behold ninja power.
Ooh, no. Ooh, that's actually faster.
I'll take the lead.
Let's go, someone's here. Let's blast them, boys. Here we go.
I'll take the lead.
Here we go. Ah! Let's go. Yep.
Jump.
Here we go. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Go.
Oof.
I'll take the lead.
It's a little too tight.
Truly amazing. Here we go. Let's go. Behold ninja power. Here we go. Let's go.
I'll take the lead. Here we go.
Let's go. Let's go. Behold ninja power. Level up.
Can you do something about that shield I feel?
Here we go. Let's go.
There we go. Got that right. Ow. Something in my eye.
Cool.
Here we go. I sense enemies nearby.
I'll take the. Here we go.
Let's go. Okay.
I'll take the.
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's have Espio take care
That was really good. Actually.
Boy, it doesn't look good. I'll handle it. Let's go. Okay.
Ooh, okay. Weird.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go.
I'll take the lead.
Let's go.
Should have switched to vector.
Here we go. Here we go.
Take the lead.
Spirits unite. Here we go. Let's go.
Here it comes.
Not a bad time. Not a bad time at all.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's go.
Here's your next mission. Turtle will hide somewhere in the city. Those turtles control the system of the city itself. Find and destroy 3 of them.
I'll take the lead.
Here we go. Let's go.
Okay.
Hey, look! X-Men robots. They're guarding those machines. How strange. Let's get them.
Let's go. Here we go.
I'll take the lead. Here we go.
Let's go. Level up.
Take the lead. All right. It's much easier to fly from here. I'll take the lead.
Let's go. Here we go.
I'll take the lead.
Maybe best to try up there. Let's go. Let's take care of Eggman's robots first. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go.
I'll take the lead. Here we go.
Let's go.
Good job. Mission complete.
That's not bad. That's not a bad time. What did I get in my PB? 59.
Perfect. The work of professionals.
59 and 59 is not that good, but I mean, like, considering the fact that I'm like dead tired,
Here we go.
it's a bit impressive.
Let's go.
Here's your next mission. Disguise yourselves and infiltrate into the city. Goal is to collect 200 rings. This is a test of luck.
Oh, that's perfect actually. Not so perfect execution.
Yeah.
That looked like it was a sub 23. What the hell did I? What did I get in my PV?
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja power.
26. I think if you account for change in single segment, that would actually be more like a 23 or a 24. So, I mean, not bad. If I even actually do a run, I'm not going to expect to fully complete it.
Let's go. Here we go. Looking good. There's got to be a way to stop the dice from spinning. We're fine. Let's go.
Chips? You mean potato chips?
Not those kind of chips, silly.
Easy. Right, I messed up flower glitch in power plant.
Take the lead! Thank you! Here we go! Here we go! Take the lead!
I had a really good
Thank you!
I had a really good bingo highway in my PV. I'm gonna finish it just so I can save the lives since I only have 44 on the save file. 133,
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja power.
125 is what I got in my PV. Holy shit. That's fucking ridiculous, man. How the hell did I pull that off?
Here we go.
Yeah, let's go!
There's no way I'd be pulling that shit off tonight. So since I fixed my capture card shit, like I was itching to stream, and plus I need to practice because I just submitted for the group we done, which if anybody is curious, if there's anybody watching, I mean it's kind of late and I never stream this late. So understandable if there's nobody here except for Axel. It is a Spanish marathon, and it's gonna be me, Revo, Maddie, and Sid. Sid's a backup. Ah, crap. Sid's a backup, and we're all gonna be doing heroes in a relay. Hey, Buttersnow, so what's up? Yeah, we're gonna be doing a relay, and that's gonna be pretty nice, actually. Dude, why can't I do that? Night Owl life? I actually hate it. I'll be honest with you. I am a morning person, not a night owl. But I mean, tonight in specific, I'm not really capable of going to sleep. Marathons. Oh, hijo de puta madre. Yeah, nighttime stuff really isn't for me. I'd prefer like waking up at 5 in the morning. I know I'm kind of weird about that. You didn't think there was this much tech for heroes? Dude, there's a lot of tech for this game. It's insane. That's a really short bot boost. Like, there's a lot of tech that's actually intended in the game. One, two, three. Got it. That was a little short because I did that early. So that's a bot boost, which is interesting. You actually get the speed character bopped. Oh, I can explain that in a sec. If you get the speed character bopped at the same time that you land, the game kind of gets confused and thinks that you're with the speed character at the same time as not being with the speed character. And then all you do is just put a wall in between you and the speed character, and voila, you get a bot boost. I think the robots respawn eventually. Full level skip. Sort of, yeah. It depends on the team. And of course with Chaotix, since you have to do a lot of like collectathon stuff, you don't really get the ability to skip a bunch of levels. The only ones that you really can do like huge skips for are Frog Forest and Rail Canyon. What's the Vector Slam thing? So what it does is when you hammer down as Vector, and then switch to the speed character, you retain Vector's downward momentum, and it converts it into forward momentum. And then another neat little thing is that you can also use it to gain a lot of height as the flight character. And you can actually jump out of a star throw or a kick, depending on the team that you're using. It's doable with all characters. You character switch on rails while holding the X button, or the B button if you're used to the GameCube version, and you gain more stuff. More tech than the other teams. It's more like Team Chaotix and Team Rose that have more tech than Team Sonic and Team Dark, because Team Rose and Team Chaotix pretty much have the same tech. The only difference is that Team Rose is a bit more heavy on Team Rose is a bit more heavy on the bot boosts and power flying, whereas Team Chaotix is a lot more about the actual tech in between the levels to be able to, you know, collect the things that you need to collect. Like, this game is insane. It's really fun to run, but it's also pretty hard. There's a lot of stuff you need to know, but it's a really cool speedrun. I would definitely recommend you checking out a bunch of speedruns of this game. Because even at the lower levels, oh, that's weird. Even at the lower levels, it's still fun to watch. Watching somebody learn the game is just about as interesting as watching somebody who's at top level like me, for example. I actually really like the game normally. Ooh, that was a sick backup.
Let me take the lead. I think I can use that pole to go up.
I actually like the game casually. Interesting thing is that I've been very involved with the metagame of Sonic Heroes for years now, like about 7 years or so. I actually used to run Team Sonic, and I was undefeated for a little bit. And then I went into Team Chaotix because I saw that Worster, if you know who Worster is, he did a lot of the routes for Team Chaotix, and I just looked at them and I'm like, I can improve these. So I did. And a lot of the current routes are somewhat based off of some of my ideas from way back then. Some of them with changes. Dude, Worster was originally a Sonic speedrunner. That's the funny thing. The only thing is that his brother, well, I mean, he started out by posting fake stats on Sonic Center. You know, he was like 12 or something. And then his brother kind of like ruined a lot of his chances to be able to come back into the community. And so a lot of people actually hate Worster, but for some reason love his brother. It's really odd because if you know a bunch of things about them, his brother's a piece of shit. And I really don't care if anybody hears me say that because it's fucking true. Yeah. But I mean, Worcester has gotten a lot better over the years. And seeing him now, like, you know, doing those races, that makes me really happy. Because, you know, seeing a guy that's just been rejected by people all of his life is now being a lot more accepted. That's actually, like, that makes me really happy to see. But yeah. Also, funny thing is, and I give zero shits about what anybody thinks. When he was called out for supposedly cheating in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, there was no outstanding evidence, and HDL should have never called him out, and his time should have never been taken down. I don't care what you think, because, like, the fact of the matter is there was no hard evidence for it, and that's complete bullshit that you would treat him differently than other people just because you didn't like him. I think that's complete bullshit. And I don't care what your opinions are, there were no facts. Except that his reaction seemed to be slightly delayed when he got stuff. And that really is not any hard evidence. I mean, a lot of people are out of the loop. Many people don't know the history of certain things of some of the people. And to be honest, like, there's a lot of things I don't know about because the Sonic community is way older than when I came into it in 2010. Well, 2011 actually. Like, Sonic Center had existed for years. Sonic Center had existed for years. Like, I think it was like 2002. They had an established community, and it actually kind of died before I even really became relevant. Before most of the people that are relevant nowadays were even relevant, that site already kind of died. So there's a lot of history. There's a lot of history in the Sonic community. A lot of it not so good. There's been some good stuff, but a lot of not good stuff. Which is really unfortunate because the Sonic community was one of the things that actually did a lot of good things for me. But I mean, they also did a lot of bad things for me, so There's a reason why I only stick to Sonic Heroes now. Damn, I missed it. I was 7. I'm actually in next Thursday I turn 26. Then there was a time he was an SA2 moderator, yep. And then people hated him for existing.
Here we go!
Yeah, let's go!
Here's your next mission. Infiltrate Earth's whale shark flagship. Be careful not to get detected by the enemies.
Let's go!
But I mean, the nice thing is that Heroes has been a lot nicer. I think partially because of the people running it, which would be me, Sid, Horace, and Allegro.
We used to fly, gotcha? Let's go!
Oh shit. Ooh, I still made it. Nice.
Let's go! Here we 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 go!
I think that's like most people's reactions to this game, to be honest.
Here we go! Let's go! Here we go!
Yeah, that is incredibly condensed and I guess you could say also a bit abridged. I messed it up. Did I do it this way? Let's find out. Damn it. Okay. I could. Ooh, that's sexy. Holy shit. Definitely not faster though, but it is cooler.
Here we go!
Yeah, let's go!
Yeah, I like to mess around with things. When it comes to you know, if I'm struggling with something, or if I can't remember exactly how to do something, it's just like, oh well,
Doors and a switch.
why should I keep doing the same thing when I could just find something different? And I'm being really quiet right now, obviously, because my parents are asleep. Well, I mean, I really couldn't care too much if my dad, for my dad, because like, it's hard to wake him up. It's really hard to wake him up. But my mom's a light sleeper, just like I am, so I'm staying about as quiet as I can be. And people also say that, like, my, I was watching that guy. People say that my audio is a little low to begin with. So, like, I'm a little bit conscious about that.
Good. There it is again.
But hey,
Okay,
nice.
Let's go!
Oh, I love this strat. This strat's so good.
Come on, Charmy! Let's go! Here we go!
Here we go.
Damn.
Ready anytime. There's something wrong here.
Probably because you're alert to smaller sounds. This is not bad. This is a pretty decent. This is a pretty decent run. Nope. Well, actually, you know, now that I think about it, I'm not really exactly a light sleeper, but I'm not a heavy sleeper. Hispanic, Hispanic household. I'm sure you've heard many conchetumare. Oh, right. I forgot how to do this. Wait a second. There we go. Got it. I do speak a tiny bit of Spanish. I mean, I am going to be submitting Sonic Heroes to a, Do I even need to do this? Yes, I am. I speak a tiny bit of Spanish, but, like, I'm not fluent. It does, does make sense, though, because, you know, I am submitting this to a Spanish marathon, so I need to be able to speak some. Never took the time to teach you. Well, I mean, it is a tough language. I'm sure it'd probably make them happy if you did learn a little bit.
Should we grind on it to cross over?
And see, I'm the odd one out because I have no Hispanic or even, like, I don't really have any actual heritage that is, I have no, like, actual heritage, like, non-English speaking heritage outside of a great-grandfather that I had who was, Danish, which I didn't even know about until last year, because I never met him.
Look, there are torches here too.
Oh, this time isn't very good. But I mean, like, I'm very interested in foreign language, and I also want to be a translator, so, like, I mean, oh boy, Puerto Rican. Oh no. I can say with 100% certainty I do not understand Puerto Rican Spanish in the slightest. Let me set that up. Because they speak Spanish so oddly. Why am I doing it this way?
I think I heard Chow. Let's go. Here we go. I thought I just heard something. Here we go.
Which one does my family do? None. All of my family outside of my great-grandfather speaks Danish. Or I mean, my great-grandfather's the only, like, non-English speaker that I know of in my family. All of them speak English. I'm from a very, very strict,
Swap from here on. All in.
like, English-speaking heritage. Which is weird because of my interest in other languages. And I mean, you know, if I speak Spanish, like, say, sí, sé hablar español un poco. Like, I sound like I'm from Spain. So, like, it's even weirder because when I speak Spanish, people just kind of assume I'm fluent at the start until they hear my grammar, and then it's like, oh, yeah. Ah, sí, eres un gringo, en verdad.
Here's your next mission. A child's lost in that palace. Find and rescue them, child.
Here we go. Let's go.
Ooh, This is much better than what I did. Still speaks in broken English. Oh, at least she's making the effort, you know. It's tough learning a language at that age. Also, don't ask how I can read the chat while doing half of this shit. I honestly have no idea. Oh, shit. That was gonna be real good. Nah. I mean, I've been running this game a while. I can't really tell you like the exact thing. What I know is that when you're used to running a game enough, you know when you can look away from the game screen to be able to actually like read the chat. I don't know how people do it when they have like hundreds of views or hundreds of viewers. It's kind of insane how some people are capable of just reading when the chat's going like 50 million miles an hour. I wouldn't be able to do that. But it's like when you're comfortable enough, it's just you just look and you just kind of look back at the chat and you see what you read. And I mean, plus at my peak, I used to get like 20 concurrent viewers while playing Heroes. So like there's also that. But I mean, that was back in 2014 when I used to run the game super actively and I used to stream actively. I used to also like be on Xbox Live constantly when I was a kid. I was an Xbox Live guy, big fan of Halo before I became a speedrunner. So I'm kind of used to talking while playing. Because I would always be in Xbox Live chats and play the game while, you know, talking with my friends. I mean, shit, I used to play, like, on weekends. I'd play, like, I'd play, like, 15 hours a day on weekends. See, I didn't really have personal friends, like IRL friends, but I mean, when I first got on Xbox Live, I was just, you know, I was like, oh shit, I can actually talk to people now, let's go. And that's what happened. One of my friends from the early days I actually still stay in contact with. I've met him IRL too. I have one friend that I would like to stay in contact with, but he works in construction and he also has a family, so I can't stay in contact with him because I would just feel bad. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Why did I do that? Damn, that would have been sub 40 or sub 140. That's insane. Kind of in the zone. Let's try for some runs. Eh.
Here we go.
Oh shit. Should be game time. Why is it comparing against real time?
Now what are we gonna do?
I mean, it's fun. It's hard to learn, but it is fun.
Ready.
No. Am I sure that this is the right layout? Okay. It is. It is the right layout, okay. Never ran a game before. Nah, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you start with. Just start with a game. Just start with a game you like. That's the only thing I can. That's the only tip I can give you. Run a game you like. Because if you don't enjoy it, then what's the point in running it?
Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go!
So I mean, if you like this game, then run it. If you think it looks fun, run it. Fight through the pain. This was technically my second speed game I fully did,
Bring it on.
or that I fully like learned. I mean, I technically did SA2 and I did a couple of other games too. But like, I went all in on Heroes after I learned Sonic Adventure DX.
Let's go. Leave this to me, boys. Got it. Let's level up. That
And then do Sonic Rush Adventure.
Let's go.
We'll see if I get good luck. I mean, I'm not really here to...
When we got near them.
I'm not really here to PB. I'm here to just pass time until I'm actually able to sleep, if I can even sleep. Chances are I won't be able to at this point. Ooh. That's actually a... Oh no, don't minimize it.
Impossible feat.
51.06. He's right. SADX, SA2, and Heroes are actually like really close to each other, unless. Oh wait, he might be talking about something else. Now that I think about it, how the fuck am I able to start getting that door shit consistently? That's what the fuck, man.
Wouldn't it be cool to ride the current from that fan?
Oh, missed the spring. Oh, the third game. Yeah.
Let's go.
Take the lead! Here we go!
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. only be obtained by using this trick.
One of these days, I'm gonna get myself a proper webcam.
Charlie should take lead.
Vector, there's a lot of them!
All right, leave them to me. I thought I sensed Chow.
112. That's not bad. I mean, not amazing, but it's not bad.
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja power.
Since we do IGT and we use the in-game timer, I don't have to be accurate about my splits. Extreme prejudice, yeah, that's one of the things.
So, you're the ones who are playing games with my army?
I can't really do the proper voice because
Doctor Who?
Yes, let me show you.
I don't want to be too loud.
I knew it was here. Don't hesitate. It's part of your job.
A self-proclaimed genius scientist.
What a psycho!
There you go.
You're either a genius or a madman. Either way, you'll be sorry for getting in our way.
Oh, I missed.
Let's go. Here we go.
Crap. Ooh, this is bad.
You time to conceive it.
What was that? What was that? A 21? Was that a 23? I couldn't tell. I was looking at chat. 22. 22.89. You know, I'm only 5 seconds behind my PB. This isn't actually too bad.
Well, what do you mean?
I actually sound a little bit better. When I'm not being quiet.
All of you are about to enter Eggman's territory. Are you ready?
Not too late to change your mind. Why do you think we're here? How else are we gonna make the rent?
Let's go!
Here's your next mission.
Here we go.
Destroy all of
There we go.
those robots holding the city. Every single one of them.
There we go. No.
Oh, this path is moving. Didn't know I could move this fast. Let's go. Here we go.
Bad RNG.
Here we go. Let's go. Those suspicious machines must be stealing something from that pipe.
Perfect.
Well, I guess we caught him red-handed. Behold, ninja power. Ready anytime. Let's go.
Wow! Plenty of enemies around here!
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go.
I could have actually gone for that.
Let's go.
Now see, I'm pretty sure that that's actually faster.
Here we go. Let's go. Someone's here. Let's blast the boys. Here we go.
Damn it. Missed it. Come on. There we go.
Here we go. Let's go. Yep. Here we go. Let's go.
Ah, no speed.
Here we go. Let's go.
Take the lead!
Level up. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Behold, ninja power. Here we go. Let's go.
I'm wondering if actually doing a hammer down there is faster or not.
Take the lead! Here we go!
Hard to really say.
Let's go. Behold, ninja power.
That's interesting.
Take the lead!
Let's go.
Can you do something about that shield up there?
Here we go. Spirits unite.
Yeah. Well, that was a shitty run. That's okay. Nope.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's go!
Now that I think about it, the game's actually displaying in 60, right? Or is it actually displaying in 30 because I might have made a small mistake by accident? I'm hoping I didn't.
Bring it on. Ready.
Looks like 60 to me. Okay.
I hear something moving! Here we go!
Let's go. Leave
The human eye can't see past 20 frames per second. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh crap.
There may be too many of them.
Thank you!
Let's go.
Please. My pussy.
These ruins, they moved when we got near them.
Here we go!
Here we go. Let's go.
Take the lead!
Proceed with caution and be careful not to fall. Yep. Got it.
59 seconds. I mean, I really don't care.
Ultimate ninja power.
I've been thinking of a little bit of how I'm gonna do my commentary when I go for the grupito. But I'm not really in a state to do any Spanish commentary right now. Though, I mean, of course, if somebody comes into my chat and speaks Spanish to me, I will speak Spanish back to them. Okay. It's just that I won't be doing any commentary in Spanish. I'm too tired for that.
Unstable. Better be careful. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
Here we go.
Perfect for Vector!
Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go.
Take the lead! Here we go!
Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Yep.
Thank you!
Level up.
We could use each other to practice Spanish sometime. I mean, sure. I'd be down.
We can travel far distances by moving around using the bubble to glide. There are treasures
I mean,
that can only be obtained by using this.
you should understand a lot more.
Let's go.
Mm,
Here we go.
creo que tú ya sabes más palabras que puedes decir.
Vector! There's a lot of them!
All right. Leave them to me.
¿Es verdad o no?
Mission complete.
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja power.
Those words. I said, I think you know more words than you can say. Is what I tried to say. I probably butchered the grammar a bit. I'm a little too tired to be able to do Spanish grammar.
Yes. Let me show you who I really am.
I knew it was here. Don't hesitate. It's part of your job.
A self-proclaimed genius scientist.
What a psycho!
You're either a
I made it.
genius or a madman. Either way,
Okay,
sorry for getting
whatever.
in the way.
Here we go!
Here we go. Initiate rotary attack. You time to concede defeat.
23, not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad considering I completely butchered everything.
Take that, Doctor.
Ah. Look on Discord real quick, see if there's any. Nope, there's no activity in the
Now for the real test. All of you are about to enter Eggman's territory. Are you ready?
Yo tampoco.
Too late to change your mind. Why do you think we're
Me
here?
neither.
How else are we gonna make the rent?
I can't read. Imagine reading.
Here's your next mission. Destroy all of Eggman's robots holding the city. Every single one of them.
Tampoco. It means neither. Or también means also. Tampoco means neither. But poco just means like a little bit, like un poco. Ya sé hablar español un poco. I know how to speak a little Spanish.
Ready anytime. Behold, ninja power.
I can make a pretty convincing accent. Yeah, también. And también means also. And though... Oh, I could have gone for that rocket excel there.
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Someone's here. Let's blast them, boys. Let's go. Here we go.
But also, just as a reminder, like, since I take after more the Spain accent, I say things like, say for instance, your father might say decir or decir. I would say decir with a th sound because the soft C and the Z sound in the proper Spain accent is a th sound, like how you would say I want to say with, but not every single accent uses that sound with.
Jumping when in speed formation to attack the enemies with leaf swirl.
Think of like bath.
Makes S invisible.
It's the TH in bath. So like you might say hacer.
That shield is causing us trouble. Espio, can you
Well, I wasn't able to roll my R's for a while.
Here we go.
Come on.
Let's go.
Okay. I had to teach myself when I started when I was 18. I finally figured out how to kind of do it, and then by the time I was 20, I was able to kind of do it. Now it sounds decent, but it's not exactly an easy thing to learn if it's not in your native language. The whole thing about R sounds, in phonology, they are called rhotic, which is spelled R-H-O-T-I-C. Rhotics and liquids, which are L sounds, are all like, they are some of the hardest sounds for children to learn and master. So that's why a lot of kids with speech impediments can't make R sounds. Now see, the other thing is that some people actually have legitimate problems with their mouth that make it difficult for them to be able to make an R sound of certain kinds. Which I might actually have one, but I wouldn't know. 337,
Impossible feat.
46.
Ultimate ninja power.
I wouldn't really know, but yeah, you can learn it. It's really just you stick your tongue up to your alveolar ridge, which is behind your teeth, and then you kind of like blow, kind of similar to the brrr sound. Like if you can make the sound in the back of your throat. you should, in theory, be capable of rolling your R's. If you can make a b sound or a sound, you should be able to roll your R's. You're just, you're just not, you just haven't, like, taught your tongue how to be able to actually pull the sounds off. Interesting thing, if you want to know what the actual, like, phonological name is, they're called trills.
Let's go. Let's take care of Eggman's robots first. Level up.
Here we go. Good job. Mission complete.
At least Team 2 is not gonna be screwed up, right?
The work of
Right.
professionals.
Dear fuck, I hope not. There's a lot of interesting things about phonology. There's a lot of interesting things about the way that it works.
Find Eggman's treasure first.
There's been a misunderstanding.
What?
I'll find Eggman's treasure first.
Oh
I'll find Eggman's treasure first.
There's been a misunderstanding, but
in Polish you roll your R's all the time.
I'll find
Sometimes you
Eggman's
have
treasure
school.
first.
Yeah,
there's been a misunderstanding.
there we go.
But I doubt if they'll listen to us.
All right, then let's do it.
Whatever the reason, if they
37 is what I'm estimating.
Hey, what's next?
So 45.00. Yeah. In Polish, R rolling is very common. In Russian, I think it's less common. Interesting thing though is that Russians think that Portuguese sounds like Polish.
fancy plays.
And a lot of people that listen to Portuguese think that it sounds like Russian because they eliminate vowels, so you hear a lot of like strings of consonants unless you speak Brazilian Portuguese. Brazilian Portuguese is exempt from this. And of course, things go wrong. Oh yeah. Spanish has two R sounds, which actually we use one of them in English, but we don't consider it an R sound. Like, take for instance how you would say the word water with a ra sound. That's actually an R sound. Interesting little fact. So, say for example, if you want to say the word rare or strange in Spanish, which is raro, the first R is a R, the second one's just a R. Raro. Qué raro, tío. Joder, qué cojones, tío. The Portuguese don't roll their R's, and neither do the French. The Italians do, though. The Dutch also roll their R's, which is interesting. But they have like a whole bunch of different R sounds. It's really weird.
Chips? You mean potato chips?
Not those kind of chips, silly.
Interesting.
Here we go.
Let's go. Here we go.
Take the lead. Thank you. Here we go.
Let's go.
And of course, a lot of people have issues with liquids, though it's less common to have troubles with liquids over Rodix. Like in English, we actually, of course, we have a tendency to replace Rodix and liquids with a w sound, which is like a it's like a glide. It's called a glide.
Perfect. The work of professionals.
Hey, Crisco. Due to his speech, and you believe he quit work after a week because of that? Poor guy. He probably got made fun of. People fucking abuse others in call centers. It's actually pretty sad.
We'll hold nothing back since you're our client's enemy.
We're here to fight the bad guys.
Get ready. Here we come. It's truly amazing.
Like, people are fucking awful. Oh, I got good RNG at least.
It's truly amazing.
Oh,
Awesome.
I wasn't in the right place. Right.
We're outnumbered.
There's so many of them.
It's an endless sea of robots.
The worst part about this is that this is actually like perfect RNG, almost.
It's truly amazing.
It's just that this is incredibly awful execution.
Level up. Behold, ninja. Level up.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Awesome.
It's not quite perfect. I need one more vector power up. Nope. Okay. That's a blunder.
Awesome. I'll take the lead. Here we go.
Here we go.
Awesome.
Ah,
Time to
I messed up in every area that I shouldn't have messed up in.
This is only the beginning.
And yet I barely lost any time.
Those were the easy ones. All right.
It's just sad, man.
Where did all those robots come from?
Like, I mean, people abuse people in call centers, and usually when, like, if I'm calling someone in a call center and they give me good service, I usually am very appreciative of them, and I'm usually very patient with them. And if they do give me outstanding service, I fucking say it. I tell them, like, hey, you deserve a promotion
Way we like it.
because you went above and beyond my expectations.
Take point.
I really do enjoy, making people feel better when they're, doing a very underappreciated job. But I mean, like, if you have somebody who's actually rude and you're not being rude to them, then, like, I mean, go fuck yourself.
Quite a base.
Yeah, and the thing is that, like, you're supposed to be giving people service. Okay. That was really, really, really late, so... I can still land on the platform. And I missed the platform. So gilipollas. Shit. Okay. I don't want... Yep. 2, 3... Haha, man, it's just a joke. Come on. No, it fucking isn't. What do you think, I was born yesterday, motherfucker? Bitch, I know the difference between a joke and being an asshole. Axel's been a pretty severe victim of that
Roger.
in the SA2 community. Oh, haha, it's just a joke. Oh man, don't take it so harshly. It was just a joke, but literally everybody does it when it's somebody they don't like. And they do it less to people they like. But I mean, far be it from me, because I'm the piece of shit for calling them out on it. Because I guess, like, me being upset that my friends are being hurt isn't a good enough reason to be pissed off.
This must be the secret weapon capsule.
No, I destroyed the community. I'm sorry, but I'm just not gonna hold my fucking tongue about that shit. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna go out of my way to say that stuff anymore, but like, this is my damn stream.
Let me take the lead. I think I can use that pole to go up.
I mean, I've called the people in the Sonic Adventure 2 community out for, a lot of the treatment of Axel and another mod and a couple other people. And like, I've been demonized as a result of that,
The giant cannons in
even though I've said specifically that the whole reason why I do that, I said it straight out. It's like, I don't think it's right for you to act like that towards my friends. And I also said the thing about them making a voting system for rules and barring people from entry if they're not good enough. Especially when there are people who flood the polls for it.
It shot us quite a distance.
Like, I really just don't give a shit. I don't understand it either, man. It's just like, we'll see others being pieces of shit, and then they're just like, oh, so it must be okay. And I just don't accept that. I just would rather have somebody that would chill with me and actually, you know, care about me. I don't know, it just makes Sonic fantasy.
Proceed with caution and be
I
careful.
don't know why the fuck there's so much fucking drama in Sonic communities. It's like people think that they're like hot shit, that
Impossible feat.
their shit doesn't stink,
Ninja power.
I guess, and it's like they just assume that the entire world works in the way that they think it is, and so therefore if you disagree with them, you are a piece of shit. I think that's really what it boils down to, and
That must be. What do
it's-
we do
I
now?
just don't understand it.
Weapons must be aboard that ship. Destroy it before it reaches the canyon.
Piece of cake. Ready, all cannons. Open fire. Looks pretty tough. Are we ready?
Ready!
Run! I can't wait. Run! Let's go. Here we go.
This is going to be awkward.
Rip this. Run! Is that it?
There we go.
No, the body is still intact. Run! Run! Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go. Retreat. Let's go. Target destroyed. Run! You
I saved time on that. That was dumb.
great!
Like the really dumb thing is that I enjoy
That'll shut him up for a while.
being around I enjoy being around people and talking to people and making friends. And the thing is that I see people like this and it just makes me upset and sad because things I care about. And I mean, it doesn't matter where I'm coming from. It's just the only thing is that if you are against me, you are a piece of shit, no matter what or where the opinion is coming from. Even if it makes sense, it doesn't matter because it's against me. I've seen that a lot. And I mean, to be honest, there are things that I really don't agree with, and there are things that I agree with, but I mean, it's whatever.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's go!
Well, if you do cheat, I still think that you should still suffer from repercussions.
Now what do we got?
I kind of have this thing where if the person assumes that just because they cheated that like there's been nothing wrong done, I think that that's where the behavior should be, like someone should be much sterner on them. But if it's like, hey man, look, I did cheat. I really do want to try to do better for the community, and they really show it, then I think that's where like people shouldn't be, reminded of whether they cheated or not. Like, I mean, look at Worcester. Like,
These ruins
Worcester,
moved when we got near them.
Worcester posted fake stats. Talon posted fake stats and created 20 alternative accounts. That was funny. Chain Jumper, he did it too.
Change the cannon direction with the left thumbstick. Here we go. Let's go.
But at the same time, it's like, those people have established themselves. They were children. They were
Possible feat.
young as fuck when they posted those stats on TSC all those years ago. They were children. They're older now. They're more mature. They know better. There was a guy called Hypersonic who, um, you know, he went through all that stuff, and he's changed a lot over the years. Uh, I've known him since like 2013, 2012, something like that.
We can ride this current up. Just step back, boys.
And I mean, like,
This is Vector's specialty.
I had a bit of a different viewpoint on him because of how he was treating Flying Fox. But, well, I learned that he definitely wasn't doing it specifically to antagonize her. I believe it was like in response to how she was treating him.
Travel far distances by moving around using the bubble to glide. There are treasures that can only be obtained
Really, like,
using this track.
outside of that, I've never had any like bad interactions with the guy.
Guess we'll have Charlie do this. All right, leave them to me.
Did you see that bubbly looking thing?
But I mean, like, hey, that's all just drama stuff.
Impossible feat.
Ugh.
Ultimate ninja power.
Really, just one of those things. It's 4 in the fucking morning. I've almost been up for 12 hours. Son of a bitch. Oh wait, no. I actually did a mega, and I do mean mega sleeping today.
So, you're the ones who were playing games with my arm?
Yeah,
Sorry, just part of the job.
that's the one thing. If you become a speedrunner,
Let me show you who I really am.
you do need to make sure that you understand that kinds of people that you're dealing with are children most of the time, or
Either way, you'll be sorry for getting in our way.
I mean, this is going to sound crude. It sounds crude pretty much every single time that I say it, but, and I apologize if this offends anybody, but the speedrunning community is full of people with mental illness. And I mean, I am no exception to that.
Take that, Doctor.
I mean, I have ADHD, I was very depressive. It draws in people who have at least some kind of mental illness, or sometimes people who lack social skills of some kind. That doesn't mean that there are exceptions. There's a lot of exceptions. There's also a lot of non-exceptions. You just have to understand that, like,
Here. How else are we gonna
speedrunning usually doesn't attract normal people. It usually attracts people who are a little different from the normal. That's okay. That is perfectly fine. But you have to be more patient with them and more understanding. And plus, especially because speedrunning has become very popular with younger people as well, there's also that.
Those suspicious machines.
I mean, people could take whatever they want out of context of what I said.
Guess we caught him red-handed.
And I mean, if you just take whatever I say completely out of context, you are an asshole.
Let's go.
Plenty of enemies around here.
And I know plenty of people who have actually, like, taken a lot of the things that I've said out of context. I have plenty of receipts of these kinds of things. I just want to point that out there. I really shouldn't have to say any of this crap, but nowadays I'm done dealing with people's shit.
Here we go. Run. Here we go. Let's go. Yep.
That was a blast.
Yeah. See, the thing is that here's my take on mental illness. And it's something I think not a lot of people really think about, because everybody just assumes that, oh, if you have any kind of mental illness or mental disability, oh, you're less of a human being. You're not. That's not what it means. It means you have something that you have to deal with on a daily basis that other people don't have to deal with, and therefore some people will have issues empathizing with you because they don't know the kinds of struggles that you deal with. But here's the thing, normal people have struggles. Normal people also have struggles that people with types of mental illness don't have to deal with. It's not really anything special. It's just you have something in a different area that you have to deal with on a daily basis.
Let's have Espio take care of it.
That's how I think about it. I mean, like, a lot of people don't understand, say for example, like what ADHD does to people. And it is something that I can talk to other people with ADHD, and then, it's like, they get me. They know what it's like. But I'm not gonna sit here and, say that, oh, my life is bad. Life is not bad. Any issues with my life are caused by my own two hands, usually. It's just different. I think that's how society should see it, instead of saying that things are bad just because you put a label of them being considered mentally ill. I just think we should take it as it is. Take it as it is and understand that it's just a thing that we have to deal with, and instead of being scared of it, work on helping it. Though, I mean, I say this, but I'm too fucking stubborn to get help. I take medication, but that's about it. Like, I'm supposed to tell people in my college that, I'm supposed to tell the counselors in my college that, like, I have ADHD. And it's just a modifier, really.
It's much easier to fly from here. I'll take it.
Let's see what's up there. Let's take care of Eggman's robots first.
That's weird. That was interesting improvisation. That was really interesting improvisation that I did there.
Perfect! The work of professionals!
And I don't know, part of the reason why I used to get myself in so much shit was because I tended to not be able to keep my mouth shut. Which I know when to do and when not to do now.
I'll find Eggman's treasure first.
There's been a misunderstanding, but I doubt if they'll listen to us.
All right, then let's do it.
8.61 looks like.
If they
Yeah, mine's too bad to be,
Hey,
mine's too bad for me to not take meds. But I mean, that's okay. I don't really care. But see, I used to have a huge tendency to not be able to keep my mouth shut. And I mean, this is more of a representation of me
fancy
not having really a public image. anymore. I don't really care what the hell I talk about. You know, say if I were to have to care, I'd probably keep my mouth shut. But I don't really care. Oh yeah. Thing is that I am silent. I don't speak up unless I feel I need to. These days, though, I've been a lot more social. Because I learned kind of how to deal with my stuff.
Awesome!
Speedrunning has helped. Being around speedrunners has actually helped me out with that. Something a lot of people don't really know is that certain people come into speedrunning not really having friends or not really knowing how to socialize, like me. Like in terms of really socializing, I don't have any actual problems. It's more so the fact that I didn't have any like, what's it called? I didn't have any friends to experience things with, to, you know, learn how to act in certain situations. I didn't have that. Yeah. Because, like, you can otherwise be a functional person in terms of socializing, but if you don't have the chance to do that, hey, Xana, shouldn't you be in bed? Oh, this is Xana we're talking about, you're right. But, like, Does this bed you speak of? I have no idea. How's the disaster with the stupids? Have they stopped lighting fire to the snow yet? Yeah, it's mostly just, in my case, I never really got a chance to learn things until I was interacting with speedrunners as a speedrunner. So, like, I learned a lot of things. I mean, technically I am in bed.
Impossible feat. Ultimate
Without
ninja
water
power.
for 33 and under a boil water notice for hours. Damn. I wasn't paying attention to the time. Not that it matters because I can't PvE, but
Dr. Eggman, you've made quite a mess here. I'll accept your apologies and payment with your lives. Want some? Come and get it. On guard.
Guard on!
Get them. We'll hold nothing back since you're our client's enemy.
We're here to fight the bad guys!
Get ready. Here we come.
okay. No pipe bursting. You know, the thing is that I was extremely surprised and appalled that, Texas didn't have any defenses. While I know that it makes sense that it wouldn't have defenses for that, but I think that people shouldn't think efficiently in those kinds of cases. Because it's like, you know, if something like that could happen, and it can happen eventually, people are gonna fucking die. People are gonna suffer from it. Almost forgot. Yeah. That's the sad thing. Right, I forgot which wave I was on. I got really lucky there. I'm a little too tired to be able to efficiently do heroes, but I mean,
Behold, ninja power.
that was a major fuck up. Fuck, you gotta be kidding me.
Time to give up.
You're finished!
That was too easy. Run! This is only the beginning. Don't get too excited, boys. Those were the easy ones. All right.
Yeah, that was just insane. And imagine that people were thinking that Biden was creating fake snow because they held lighters up to snow. It's like, do you even understand how snow and lighters and heat transfer work? Well, of course they don't. It's sad. When I heard about it, I just felt incredibly sad.
This has got to be Eggman's base.
Security is tight around here, so watch your back.
Just the way we like it.
Cool!
All right. Let me take point.
Of course they were doing that. I mean, why wouldn't they?
Look out for that rhino!
Keep moving, boys. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Take the lead!
I'm gonna get bopped.
Quite a base.
This isn't that bad, actually.
Spared no expense here.
Here we go!
Let's go. Level up. Here we go. Are those Eggman's robots?
Here we go! Here we go! Here we go!
That's good.
Here we go!
I made it somehow. 1, 2, 3.
Takes level up!
It does, doesn't it? Plus 9 seconds. 8 seconds. How does it work again? Basically you just get character bopped. Like this. 2, 3, and then die. 20 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Basically, you get a character bopped at about the same time that you land while in flight formation, and then the game thinks that you're actually attached to them when you're not. And then no, I'm not making it. Okay, I made it.
Roger.
318. And then when you fly, after you, we'll see you also have to,
Awesome!
you also have to put the flight character behind a wall. There needs to be a wall between the speed character and the flight character, and then you fly, and then the game, it's like basically it teleports you. It's not actually like a it's not like you don't gain a bunch of speed. That's the weird thing. You don't actually have any speed. You're not moving per se. The game is moving you. As it's trying to figure out how the fuck did I pull that off?
This must be the secret weapon capsule.
We found the capsule! Take the
Let's
lead!
get to work, boys.
It's really weird how it works. But it is a pretty good, thing. By the way, Xano, when the hell was that marathon? Didn't take us very long to figure it out. Took us like a couple days. Last weekend of February. Yeah. Oh, wait, so I missed it? I've been so fucking busy with things recently.
Careful not to fall. It's really dangerous here. Let's go.
This has to be the giant cannon's internal mechanism.
Alright, this was fun!
Don't touch anything, Tommy.
4 minutes. I mean, 4 seconds. Come on. What the hell? Think fuck. I'm actually just gonna reset. This is what running heroes is like on no sleep. Interesting. I don't think I've ever really done this before. Yeah, I couldn't sleep. So there was an issue with me getting my ADHD medication again. Though this time it was partially my fault because I lost the prescriptions that took like 2 months to get to come in the mail. So I had to deal with my motherfucking neurologist place, which my neurologist only works on Wednesdays and Thursdays, which I think is stupid, by the way. Like, you know, I had to call them manually and be like, hey, look, I don't have my prescriptions. They haven't come in the mail yet. I need them. And then it's like, oh yeah, possibly. So like, I was like, I need my prescriptions, and they said, okay, we'll get on it. And like, the nurse messaged the doctor, and the doctor didn't do it yesterday. And I mean, like, another thing that happened that was a problem was, I don't remember if it, yeah, it was the last time. The last time I was trying to get prior authorization, and they would like refuse to do things the way that I was telling them to be able to do it because I needed my medication, which they could have done in like 20-30 minutes. And they failed to do that.
Impossible feat.
Um,
Ultimate ninja power.
and I ran out of my meds. I thought that I put them in a dresser. I couldn't find them. So I was like, hey, look, can you send a message to the doctor? Can you please try to get him to get me my medication because I'm out? And they didn't fucking do it until I asked this morning. And like, I mean, they know I'm a student. They know that I have obligations, and they know that my ADHD is severe enough to where it's almost impossible for me to do anything until I get my meds. And then, like, my mom came home at about 4:30, and I was like, well, I'm taking them anyways. I don't fucking care. And so I took them at 4:30 instead of when I wake up, which is usually between 7 and 9. And stimulants keep you awake. Usually I get tired enough to fall asleep by this point, but this time, not so much. So I'm probably just gonna stay up. Ah, it's only bad for a day. No, I got my meds this morning.
Did you see that bubbly looking thing?
Or not this morning. I got them today at 4:30 and I took them. That's why I'm awake at this point in time, because usually I'm not awake.
Ultimate
You,
ninja power.
if you have followed me, like, I can actually check to see when you followed me. When did you follow me? You followed me 4.8 years ago. That was that was 2016. Okay, because I used to stream in the really, really early mornings, back in 2014.
This is Dr. Eggman.
How long is yours? I can check. 3.5 years.
Genius scientist.
What a psycho!
You're either a genius or a madman. Either way, you'll be sorry for getting in our way. Here we go. Initiate rotary attack. You
Time to consume.
Yeah, I'm using Chatty, but it's the same. It's the same thing. You can find out just by clicking.
take that, Doctor.
Possibly. You might be right about that. We're not catching me for 5 years. But here's the thing, is that I haven't been streaming regularly since 2015.
Not too late to change your
I mean,
mind.
I had done some things. You might have seen one of my PBs, but I haven't regularly streamed since 2015 because of embarrassment. After the whole GDQ debacle, I was like way too embarrassed and scared to do any streaming. Why am I doing this? I'm stupid.
Like walking fast!
Those suspicious machines must be stealing something from that pipe.
Eggman, you bad man!
Well, I guess we caught him red-handed.
Let's go.
Wow! Plenty of enemies around here!
Like, I mean, I don't really care about talking about it on stream anymore. I'm over it. I mean, the whole GDQ thing, like, I'm over it. It's whatever. I still feel embarrassed about it, sure. But, I mean, like, at this point in time, it's like,
I'll take the lead!
that's not a representation of who I am. It really never was to begin with. And I spent how many years trying to make up for that fact. And then, you know, last year with ESA, and I did the, I mean, I made some very tasteless murder jokes during a, murder and suicide jokes during GDQ 2015. I really wasn't in the right mindset. And, I mean, me being a massive, oblivious dumbass. And I do mean a massive, oblivious dumbass. Thought that it was okay to say that shit, but I mean, to be fair, I was so fucking nervous during that time that I had no idea what the fuck I was doing, to be honest. I'll be completely honest with you, like, I had no idea really what I was saying. I was so nervous, and joking is a means of coping for me, which I get from my dad. And back then I was a little more loose-lipped about edgy humor than I am now. And yeah, it was blown way out of proportion. Anybody that knew me knew I didn't mean any of it. Though they might have just... They also probably didn't realize that was... It was as bad as it was. And then, of course, you know, you've probably heard of Clage. And his dumbass. He yelled at me in public. He also threatened security on me, and in his rage also said, if you need help, we can help you." And I'm sitting here like, are you really saying this right now? You realize I'm on the verge of fucking tears? Like, dude, you saw me walk in with my fucking head down low because I already knew what the fuck was happening. I realized what I did, and you're still fucking yelling at me in fucking public. And threatening security on me, not even giving me a chance to even talk and explain my side of the story. And then, you know, it was pretty much like at that point, if you want to know, anybody wants to know why I never talked about it, there's a very simple reason. Well, there's two actually. One is that I already felt like everybody was against me, so what's the fucking point? And the other thing was that, why should I bring more attention to myself? Because the only thing that it's going to do is just cause more problems. That's the reality of the situation. That's pretty much everything that happened. I mean, of course I'm leaving out a few details of my state because I'd rather not gross people out. Yeah. Meanwhile, there are actual monsters like Stivity Bobo, and there's actual assholes like J Hobbs, who, I mean, he even tried to oust me in the Crash community when I wasn't even being involved in something. Probably because I was pissed off at him for disrespecting Rico, which, I mean, to be fair, yeah, he did have a reason to be upset because I called him out because I thought he disrespected Rico, who was my friend. I still think he did. Based on his actions, I don't think he's any fucking different, and, like,
But I doubt if they'll listen to us.
Alright, then let's do it!
it's unfortunate that he's in GDQ because I think that if people knew about his Kingdom Hearts past and how much people really didn't like him, they probably would not have taken him. Well, here's the thing. Nobody knows outside of like my close friends, nobody actually knows my side of the story of the whole GDQ thing. Because I never talked about it publicly. I never wanted to. And I mean, I'm in a stream with like very few viewers. Some people are gonna hear it. I don't really care at this point. Just don't make a big deal out of it. If you wanna go White Knight, just don't do it on somebody that doesn't want anything to do with any of this anymore. I mean, hold your opinions, sure, and judge people when they act out, but I'm just saying this. I don't want to be involved in this bullshit. I'm tired of being involved in bullshit. That's why I left the Sonic community in the first damn place. Because I'm tired of the bullshit. I mean, I'll be upfront with people nowadays. because at this point in time, I think like it's better for me to just be okay with talking about it, because I mean, some people are gonna ask, the question. Were you the guy at GDQ? People are gonna ask the question, like, you know, did you know that what you did, GDQ, was wrong? Yes, I did.
This must be
I'm aware.
my peach.
I'm aware. I've had many years to think about it.
Here we go.
I had years of basically beating myself up over it. But at the same time, I think at this point, since it's not a representation of who I am, that there's no reason for me to even
You mean potato chips?
hide it, first of all, and second of all, there's no reason for me to, you know, drudge over it. I just, at this point, it's more about like, don't get me involved. Anything. And if you do that, I'll probably judge you instead, even if you're helping me, because it's like, it's a wish of mine. Tired of 7 years of straight drama. Well, I'm not saying this necessarily for you guys, it's just that if anybody on YouTube sees this and anybody understands the things, I know what people's reactions are going to be like. They're either going to flood me with questions, or they're going to bash somebody else, or do whatever, because, you know, that's what people do when they're upset. Maybe they'll go to Twitter, maybe they'll talk about it, maybe they'll do whatever, and I don't want any of that.
The work of professionals.
I don't care anymore. I'm happy just streaming and talking about things, just like I used to back in 2014, before everything happened. So by the way, this is the thing.
Quite a mess here. I'll accept your apologies and payment with your lives.
But I mean, nowadays it's like, whatever, I'll stream again. Streaming's fun. Talking to people's fun.
We'll hold nothing back since you're our client's enemy.
We're here to fight the bad guys.
But I mean, there you guys go. There's something those are things I left in. Those are things that I held specifically to myself for 5 years, and to people that I'm close to. It's gonna be brought up again.
Behold, ninja power.
Of crock cock true. I need to figure out how to say that in Spanish.
We're outnumbered.
There's so many of them.
It's an endless sea of robots. Not bad.
I mean, you know, when I say I've been through shit, I mean it. Like, I've done good things, I've done bad things, I've hurt people, I've helped people, I've caused shit, I've solved shit. A lot of things that I regret, a lot of things that, certain things,
Whoa, not bad.
hmm,
Smash them all.
certain things I won't be able to get back. I don't have to. How do you feel about Cindy these days?
This is only the beginning.
I'd rather not elaborate on that.
Don't get too excited, boys. Those
I'm still very pissed.
All right.
with what Cindy did to somebody who is a very dear friend of mine. I understand I said some things,
Where did all those robots
but I also understand that, like, they said things to me. They assumed things. They assumed something that I really think was a very, very, very inappropriate that I'm not going to talk about because that's a little bit personal.
This has gotta be Eggman's base.
I I can I can talk to you about it after the stream, yeah. But I don't want to say that on stream because I think that would be disrespectful. Um, but I mean, partially, Axel. Is there a Discord server? My Discord server specifically is not open to the public, but there is a Heroes server that we have that you can join. Sonic, the Sonic Heroes Discord. See, Axel, I don't remember how much I've told you, but you were aware of some of it. That's for sure. Band back together. Most likely, yeah. I'm actually going to keep this because of personal reasons. Hang on a second. 1, 2, 3. And also another thing is that I'm very into wanting to keep problematic people out of my life. Even if they mean well, the fact that... Hang on a second. 1, 2, 3. Like, maybe I would be a little bit somewhat quick to forgive to some extent, but there are certain like things I just was not okay with. And then no, it's probably not something that Cindy has told you about. It might have even forgotten about it. I don't even know how much time I lost, so I'm just gonna put 2:30. I mean, these days I'm a little bit harsher as to who I'm okay with keeping around because of all the bullshit from Shane and the Sonic speedrunning community. Somebody that I thought was my best friend, or used to be my best friend, somebody I really wanted to try to get close to again because we were close, betrayed me. And I am very, there's one thing that, like, I mean, I don't really talk about too much. I used to talk about it a lot in the past because it was more relevant back then. I have very, 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 very strong, like, feelings on betrayal. Very strong feelings on betrayal. I think that is something that, if it's big enough, then, like, yeah, you can apologize for it, and you should be able to not be judged for it, but at the same time, it sticks, and you have to really work hard to gain any kind of trust back.
This has to be the giant cannon's internal mechanism.
And nobody here has even done any of that, as far as I am aware.
Going to take us.
We'll find out shortly.
Someone like Shane, he did. And I hope he realizes, and because at this point I don't care if I get a fucking apology. I'm not gonna get an apology. But here's the thing. Here's the specific thing. Is that he needs to realize that these people in these damn servers are not his subordinates. He should treat them as his friends. And that his friends should not be treated like some dumb workers, some dumb disposable workers, just because reasons. Because he's just gonna end up very lonely, and I hope he learns that lesson. But I wish to not be a part of that ride. Is essentially how I want to break it down. If you want to know my full, honest feelings about that in particular.
We're fine.
Because I mean, to me, maybe not necessarily like full loyalty, but betrayal in particular, like basically getting to the point where you treat somebody that you should treat with respect and honor completely disrespectful without very good reason,
Ultimate ninja power.
to the point where they do something that is completely uncalled for. I think that counts. And that's pretty much what happened with Shane. I have a paste bin about a lot of the stuff. I didn't put a paste bin on the private conversations because I thought that was disrespectful. But that's just something about me.
Ready all cannons! Open fire!
Looks pretty tough. Are we ready?
But I mean, I'm not very quick to pull that and say, oh yeah, you betrayed me. No. No, you have to do something, you have to do specific things in order for me to even consider that. I should have died. And also,
Target destroyed.
it's all good. Butter snuffs, don't worry about it. Like, unfortunately, I usually just keep my server to myself and people who are close to me.
That'll shut him up for
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm wanting to move out too. I need to have a good source. I need to get a decent source of income first. Well, see, the whole thing about the whole Discord server, and the whole thing about like Discord stuff is that like, honestly, streaming is like my social thing with viewers that I interact with. I never plan on making my stream anything like building a community, because at the end of the day, like, my motivations are a little bit more like, when I have somebody around, I'd like them to think of me just as, I don't know, just another person. If I have a Discord server with a community, I'm the leader of a community that doesn't really think of me as a person. And they more so look at me as an idol or somebody they respect, and based on a lot of personal experience in that regard, when the idea here is not necessarily to be that kind of person. say if I were to ever go into something where I was in that kind of a mindset, it would be different. But this, like, this particular thing, like, I wouldn't, you know, not try to make a community. I'm just here to have friends and hang out. And, you know, maybe people enjoy watching my streams or just, like, I don't know, for some reason, like listening to me talk and ramble constantly for hours on end, especially when I've had no sleep.
Impossible feat.
Yeah, see, I like that.
Ninja power.
So, for that reason, I probably wouldn't. I mean, we can talk more, Xana, to be honest. I wouldn't mind.
I thought I just heard something.
So like, the whole thing about the Discord is specifically that, is that I, you know, I don't want to have a community where, say, for instance, since the whole idea is, you know, if I do that, I'd like to befriend everybody, but that's not possible. Because I'm not here to be a content creator exactly. I'm just here just to, you know, play video games and talk. And then share sciencey stuff. So, yeah. But say if I were to maybe create a channel where the idea was to build a community, then things are different. Things start getting a little different because the whole idea of what the content is supposed to be changes.
There's gotta be a major.
That should work.
There's gotta be a major misunderstanding here, but we can't back down now.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, like, I tend to be a bit too wordy about things. But I also just kind of like being honest about my thought process and things. I'm a little too far back,
Roger.
and it worked.
There's gotta be a major misunderstanding here.
Well,
But we can't back.
let's just add 45 seconds to it.
Forgive me, but this is our duty.
I mean, I know I'm kind of odd about this thing, considering I've been streaming for 8, almost 9 years now. You would think I'd be interested in growing a community. Not really. I mean, it's nice to see the numbers, you know, maybe reaching that 2K, the 2K number, but reality is that if I get 2K subs, that's whatever, or 2K followers, that's whatever. I mean, yeah, I'll be like, nice, I got 2K. Well, how many of those people can I, you know, talk to? Since me streaming all this stuff has been more of a social experience than anything. But I mean, like I said, I'm kind of odd in that regard. I don't think that's a bad thing. People have their ways of streaming. I have mine. I already knew for a fact, like, even back when I wanted to try to monetize my channel on Twitch, it was more like an act of desperation rather than an actual, like, desire to do things and sell out. I felt bad about it. I felt bad about the selling out thing, which I tried. I tried. I didn't like it. I hated it. I hated every single second of it.
So stay quiet and move slowly.
What are you doing? Be quiet.
Because it's against the way that I've had this channel set up. I wanted to get my affiliate removed, but Twitch was like, "Oh, you have to have a receipt, a pay stub of something that you've bought on Twitch," and I'm like, "Bitch, I don't got that kind of shit. I don't give you fucking money." Though I am sub to Garish Goblin now, so I could actually do it. I might redo the thing. Because, like, I want my affiliate off. Don't subscribe to me on Twitch. Because, I mean, I'm gonna demand that you have your money, come back to you. So an affiliate is somebody who is like a low grade partner. It's like an independent contractor. You don't see a sub button? Did they take it off?
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja power.
But an affiliate is basically that person, is an independent contractor from Twitch, and like they still get subs and everything, but the thing is that they don't actually get money from it until they receive a payout of $100, which is fucking robbery, because a lot of affiliates don't actually make $100. So affiliates don't really get anything. It was an act of desperation because I thought, hey, if I eventually do get money from Twitch,
How are we supposed to blow out those torches? Let's go. Level up.
yeah, you don't get close to payout unless you're popular. That's the thing. You don't get close to a payout, and all you're doing is just giving Twitch money. Oh yeah, I remember the hitbox days. Hitbox was fucking scummy. Yep. The thing is that we don't know how to play the game and we don't care. When I think of playing the game exactly, there's a person I always think of, and it's somebody that Axel really likes, and somebody that I do occasionally like to watch myself, and that's Gura. You know, the VTuber girl. She knows how to play the game. She knows how to play it well. Very well. Why do you think she reached 1 million subs very quickly? With the power of Hollow Live, and because she knows how to play the game, like the popularity game, the thing to get them money. You know, that's playing the game. But in my case or Axel's case, we don't want to really play the game. It's just more of like a, yeah, we could get money, but with recent events of Twitch. And here's the thing that I'm going to say, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to disagree with this, and I fully understand why you would disagree with this. Um, thing the thing with Twitch is that, unlike YouTube, Twitch doesn't care about its viewer base. YouTube cares about its viewer base. YouTube doesn't really care about its partners. Because their partners make them money, but their partners are very volatile. And so, like, Twitch doesn't care about the partners because the people that are giving them money in their eyes are the viewers. So they need to appease the viewers, not the partners, which is why the partners always get the short end of the stick. But the thing is that Twitch doesn't look out for anybody but themselves. Oh dear fuck, don't even get me started on that bullshit. Nobody wanted that. And here's the thing, the whole thing about Latinx doesn't make any fucking sense. If you want to have a gender-neutral pronoun for Latinos and Latinas in Spanish, say Latines. Latine. That's gender-neutral. Come on, people. How are you that fucking stupid that you can't even understand your own fucking language to the point where you know that putting is gender neutral? And yes, you put either a masculine or a feminine pronoun in front of it, but it's still technically gender neutral. So how are you that fucking stupid about your own damn language to understand that? Makes no sense. In a grammatical sense, it makes no sense from any standpoint. Oh, hey, Overkill. Swear to fuck. Just why? Use what works, not what doesn't work. And the whole the woman X, nobody knows how to pronounce that. Nobody knows how to fucking pronounce that.
Now what are we gonna do? Bring it on! Ready.
And nobody wanted that. Nobody wanted it. You can't tell me that somebody wanted that. You can't tell me somebody wanted that. No, it was just a dumb promotion that probably somebody told Twitch to do for money, and they backed off.
There may be too many of them.
It could, but the thing is that it's cringy.
These ruins react to motion. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go.
I just don't understand how out of touch these people are.
Got it.
Mission complete.
How out of touch.
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja power.
Ah, damn it. Remove man out of woman to empower the woman. But man, here's the thing about the word man.
Here's your next mission.
Man in that context doesn't even mean male, it means human being. If you understood the damn etymology of the fucking word, you would understand that it has nothing to do with gender. That's just people taking it out of context because they don't understand the way the damn word works. Like what? So you no longer want to be considered a human being? Is that why? You want to be considered something more superior than a human being? Is that it? That shit's disrespectful. And I'm not saying this as in like women don't have their struggles. They fucking do. But you're still human at the end of the day. Just, damn, have some common sense, people, please. And this is why
Impossible feat.
it scares me,
Ninja power.
because I have little fucking common sense. See ya, Axel. It's not just Twitch. It's the whole fucking world. These are the kinds of things that are taking over our fucking world. Think about that.
That's the evil genius, Dr. Eggman.
And I have more common sense than these people. I don't have common sense. That's scary. That's fucking scary. People care more about their fucking identity than them being a fucking human being. Like, damn, do you not want to be considered a fucking human being? Holy shit. Why do you have to be considered something other than a human? It doesn't make sense. Just understand that you are who you fucking are. Your identity doesn't make you. You are you. What the fuck is the point?
Take that, Doctor.
I don't understand. It doesn't matter if you're fucking trans, if you're a fucking woman. It doesn't matter if you have ADHD. You're a fucking human being. Don't try to make yourself be different from a fucking human being. Holy shit. We all come out of the damn womb. Who cares?
Not too late to change your mind.
Everybody's got their own fucking struggles.
So we gonna make the rest.
Not everybody needs it to be shoved in their faces. And you don't need to be treated as somebody special just because you have a specific identity.
Hey, look how fast I can run on this path.
Like, damn, I don't think I'm anybody special. Because when you think that you're special, you just make an ass out of yourself. That's the whole damn thing.
Must be stealing.
When you think that you're special out of a bunch of people, which I mean, yes, it's a scary thing to think about. That maybe you aren't special or so different from the rest of everybody else, but the thing is that that's just how it is. You should act more humbly. You should think. You should think in a way that's respectful to many people. Call attention to problems to those who ignore your problems, not to those you're causing problems. Hello, Rivalis. You came into me ranting. I just want people to be treated as people, man. And I really can't understand the struggle of somebody who makes their struggle a problem for other people.
Behold, ninja power.
It's just... I hate people. I really hate people. I don't want to hate people. I really don't. But... it's too much to ask for people to stop asking too much out of people. Where's the fucking irony in that? It's everywhere.
Here we go. Spirits unite. Here we go.
Like, I have an interesting example. When I was going to, welding classes because I was becoming a welder. Oh damn, you played this on PS2, you poor soul. This game was not very good on PS2 compared to the other versions, unfortunately.
ESP will take care of it.
But it's nice to hear that you like the game. This game is very fun. It's a very fun speed game too. You got censored, did you put Kappa? Put Kappa or PJ Salt? Huh. Weird then. I don't see auto mod on here, so. Hey Ellie, what's up? Was it God? No. Huh. Shit, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, okay. So my... oh yeah, what face? I blocked it because it was ugly. I might unblock it though. I don't care that much anymore. So, here's the thing that is actually interesting is that my welding teacher was actually like 75-80% Native American, but the color of his skin was white. But the thing is that during the summer, if he were just, going out, he was dark. Very, very dark. So, like, everybody would treat him as a white guy. Thing is that he wasn't white, he was Native American, with white skin. And that's kind of interesting when you think about it. These people who are assuming he doesn't understand the struggles of being a minority, but he's a fucking minority. He's more minority than most people. Having to lose his people losing land because, stupid European settlers are just like, hey, I deserve this land. Let's kill these people. Let's take their land. Let's exploit them. It's just weird to me. There's so much assuming going on about struggles and things. The world is not what most of us think it is. It never is. It never fucking is. Our perception of the world is not really how the world is. You can't perceive the world as it is. It's not necessarily possible. Humanly, we're not exactly capable of fathoming that. But yet we assume that we know better than anybody else. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, I mean, I've been through a lot of bullshit. A lot of people have treated me very poorly. I've endured a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff I've never really told a lot of people about. I'm not going to talk about it. Because I don't really think that it's appropriate to talk about some of the stuff. But the thing is that, like, you just don't know what other people have been through. And you can't assume just because maybe somebody's white that they've never understood pain. Just because someone's black, they don't understand certain things. just because someone's Latino or Asian. Like, I mean, I'll tell you one thing. If you're in Japan and you're the white guy, you're the minority. I hate to break it to you. Asian jokes don't really work there. Asian jokes don't really work anywhere anyways, but I hate to tell you, but like, it's a little different when you go to different places.
Awesome! Totally awesome!
All this stuff. Oh damn, nice. Japan is pretty brutal, depending on where you go. They're usually not too bad to tourists unless you go to more rural areas, though. But that's kind of like the same with a lot of countries. You go to the more rural areas, people are more racist and xenophobic because they don't have as much exposure to all the different types of people. Like, I mean, if you go to Tokyo, for example, Tokyo is it's a mega city. Millions of people. Many of them don't actually speak Japanese. But you go to a more rural area, and then, yeah, you're gonna get people who are racist, of course. Like, it just makes sense.
Chips? You mean potato chips?
Because those people have less exposure, and they're usually more inclusive, so they just want people to think more alike. Yeah, you're an outsider to them. Like if you go to some like remote village in fucking like if you go to some remote village in fucking Brazil, you're white as a motherfucker, everybody else is, you know, like they have that Latino skin, or maybe they're a little darker because they're of Native American descent or something like that. They're probably going to think the same thing. It's not always their fault. Sometimes it is. Not always is. Things are just like that. Until somebody kind of comes in and shows them that maybe they don't have to be that way. Or, I don't know. People are just dumb.
Dr. Eggman, you've made
People have always just been dumb.
I'll accept your apologies and payment with your life. Want some? Come and get
Germany? Eh. I don't know, I haven't heard that much about Germany, but they're pretty bad against,
Since you're our client's enemy.
pretty bad. It might depend on where you go.
Here we come. It's truly amazing.
It might be where, specifically where he's from. Some places are just not accepting.
Truly amazing. Let's go. Level up.
Damn it, I got the worst RNG possible. Yeah, it could just... Like, I mean, a lot of my family, like, my more, my more, what's it called, some of my closer family is from a town that was, like, basically the center of the KKK, where, in my state. And the thing is that, lo and behold, most of them are fucking racist. And you go there, like, my mom actually told me a story where she actually danced, she went to the high school dance with a black guy, and people fucking were like, people gave her looks.
Spirits unite.
people gave her looks and they weren't good looks. It's a pretty big shocker that my mom didn't turn out to be racist. But I mean, like, the thing is that that's just how everybody is there. You're just going to follow what everybody else does because you don't even think about it. And that's one of the things that you learn, especially from, like, interacting with people from around the world, is that
Just a waste of our time.
one of the things that you learn is that where you grow up and all the things that you think about, the things that you think are right, the things that you think are wrong, the things that your parents taught you, not always what everybody else thinks. And if you grow up thinking a certain way and you think that that's specifically the only way to think, you are fucking wrong.
All right. Let me take
Doesn't matter if you're the nicest motherfucker on the damn planet. You should just always assume your perception is wrong in some way, shape, or form, and you just always need to adjust to learning new things. That's how things should be. You shouldn't just stick with one thing. I mean, obviously, don't be super fickle. Don't change on a dime, but you also should adjust and learn from many things.
Are those Eggman's robots?
And it's just, I just don't get it sometimes. 1, 2, 3. That should be perfect. I don't know. I'm fine. Hey Markovic, thanks dude. Don't worry, I'm just kind of rambling a lot. I think I'm gonna finish this, but I'm not gonna time it. Yeah, I'm just a dude who's lacking sleep, so I don't have as many filters as I usually do. So I mean, me having filters, it's kind of a joke. To su puta madre. It's just that I know that sometimes like things that I say and things that I say and you know, I'm very blunt about the way that I think and talk. Sometimes it comes off the wrong way. I'm aware of that. I'm trying to fix some of it as I get more mature and I understand how to communicate better. Yeah. And for heroes, not really, but yeah. There's communities like that. Never count those kinds of things out. Ring attacks are a thing. Score attacks aren't. Yeah, ring attacks, where you try to get the highest amount of rings that you possibly can. But yeah, I'm not going to say, because I hold myself accountable to this stuff too. I don't know everything about the world. I can only tell you what I think based on the experiences that I have. Ooh, in Chaotix's theme. The power has arrived in a dream team. A force with 1 and 1 makes 3. And when the trail's gone cold and the lies have been told, this crew will find what you can't see. I mean, the only thing I can do is just change and improve as I get older. Mature as I get older and have new experiences and understand the things, the problems with the ways that I think. Oof.
This must be the secret weapon capsule.
And if you disagree with some of the stuff, that's fine. It's okay. I don't really care. Nobody should really care if you disagree. It's just a good thing not to really make an ass out of yourself about it.
Let me take the lead. I think I can use that pole to go up.
Damn. Jacob banger. Night of the Wind, I really do like Night of the Wind. Johnny Giovanni's a damn good singer, but I believe he like kind of fucked his voice up from the way he was singing. Not doing the vocal compression the way that you're supposed to.
This has to be the giant cannon's internal mechanism.
If you really wonder how the fuck I'm not like dropping dead right now
I wonder where this cannon is going to take us.
from lack of sleep, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. I don't know how. It's almost 5:30. I might take my meds soon. Just tech for that game. Okay. Stop that line of thinking right there.
Shut us.
If the question is there tech? The answer is yes. The answer is always yes. Do people speedrun that game? The answer is always yes. Like, visual novels? Yeah, people fucking speedrun it. Of course people speedrun that shit. What do you think? People speedrun anything. They speedrun getting to like getting to high ranks and fucking like PvP shit. Yeah, visual novels. Minesweeper speedruns. Five Nights at Freddy's speedruns. People will speedrun anything, man. And people wonder why speedrunners are weird. Hey look man. Hey look man, I just reached the first sex scene in Katawa Shoujo in record time, motherfucker. Don't you know that that's weird? Dude, that's fucking amazing. What do you mean?
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja.
You can't tell me that shit like that is not silly when you put it into the right context. It's yeah, like Mark said. It's like Rule 34, if it exists, it has a speedrun.
That must be.
Some fan speedruns built into the game you can unlock. What do you mean by fan speedruns? My first experience to the concept of speedrunning was way back when I was really obsessed with well, they called it Halo tricking. That's what the Halo community called its glitch finders, trickers. And I was really interested in a lot of the stuff, so I watched people like watched YouTube channels like Hold X to Trick, um, Hold X to Trick, Halo 3 Tricks, I see him near a whole bunch of other stuff, and then eventually I started coming on to a guy called Skirty. Which if you watch Zelda speedruns, you might know who he is because he ran 100%. I don't know how good he was, but he ran 100%. But back in 2005, okay, 16 years ago, he started speedrunning Halo 1 and Halo 2. 16 years ago. And I came across his channel and Mr. Monopoly's channel. And I was just like, wow, these are speedruns. That's kind of cool. And then, I may have seen a couple of things in 2008, but I think in 2007, I got a little bit more into understanding speedrunning because I got into because of Naked Eli. Oh shit. Oh shit, Naked Eli, the fucking meme of the community. The guy that everybody like kind of said that most of his tutorials are wrong, but he brought so many people into the fucking community anyways. He even brought Garish into speedrunning Halo. That's insane. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. So like around 2007 I had learned about Metroid Prime glitching, and I saw Metroid 2002 as the website. And the website Metroid 2002, which I actually got a little more exposure to speedruns then because I saw some speedruns from SDA. Now, Halo was always done on High Speed Halo, and so it didn't have a single segment. So my only understanding of speedruns was just you would do individual levels.
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja.
I saw like a Super Metroid speedrun, and I saw some Metroid Fusion speedrun stuff, and Metroid Zero Mission speedrun stuff, because on Metroid 2002, that was just like the place to go to for Metroid glitches. It was the database, and I think it still kind of is. And like that kind of got me a little bit more into speedrunning, understanding it as a concept, but not entirely. Also, interestingly enough, back in those days, I was also really interested in Sonic Roboblast 2. And then I think sometime in 2009, damn. 2009, I think, was when I started really watching like actual speedruns, and I was I really wanted Sonic Adventure on the Xbox Live Arcade because I was like, hey, I have this on the GameCube, but I also really like Sonic, so let's put it on my 360. And then I realized I actually played the game pretty well on 360. 2010, it was like I had done some weird Halo 3 ODST ILs of a level called Uplift Reserve in 2010, and then, or in 2009, on a late start day. It was a late start day in the middle of fall, so it was kind of weird. And then a year later, I get Sonic Adventure, and then a month after that, I get my first IL record. Gave me a huge, like, boost to my ego, which that wasn't fun. It was not fun getting rid of an ego.
But we can't back.
But I started speedrunning SADX because I realized I was good at the game.
But this is our
Not
duty.
because I had some idols. Not because, like, I had people I respected. Because very quickly I became friends with Jawson, who was the top SADX runner at the time. And I was just thinking, like, wow, so this is what it's like to have idols. They turn into rivals if you get good enough. And I was just thinking, like, that's nice. I can have personal friends and compete with them and have fun with them. I thought that was fucking amazing. Occasionally. What's it to you? Do you like watching people kill themselves? Because that's not very fun. You've come to the wrong place, my friend.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go.
I think you're about 6 years off, approximately.
Look, the door's open.
Let's go.
So like, it was what? It was nice. It took me a while to realize that I was just being an asshole to people. From 2010 to, but I would say that I didn't really fully get rid of any of it until 2017, I would think.
Hey, they're asleep.
Well, then you are not welcome here. We do not appreciate
Quiet and move slowly.
people who are okay with suicide. Well then. Damn.
Cheno is using the note block trick,
Wait, what?
and used the note block trick in the previous room,
Aw,
too,
shit.
which makes me
My Defender video started playing. Whoops. Hey, look, man, I was watching I was trying to fall asleep to some nice Mario Maker videos because I really like listening to Mario Maker videos when I try to sleep. Didn't work. I still have the tab open.
Hey, there's something here.
Let's go. Here we go.
That's it. Now go and get the rest.
Let's go.
I'll take the lead.
Let's go.
Of course I watched Laurel.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
You know, I learned, you know, if you saw his recent video on, like mental health and stuff, it's interesting because he's diagnosed with ADHD, and I was just thinking, motherfucker, that makes so much sense. Because I'm like, you know, the way that he acts and all that stuff, it's like, it all made so much sense.
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja power.
Argic? Huh? On something that is 6 years old. They are at least 6. Burns out, we'll just use him for heat. What was it titled? I think it was like mental health stuff. It was really recent.
Room full of doors. Okay, start looking around, boys.
It's kind of weird because, when I was talking about the whole like medication thing earlier, where I was having trouble getting it because of, you know, the stupidity of the doctors that I have, since they're the only doctor in the area that does ADHD and stuff, so they kind of think they can rule things and not care about the health of their patients, which is kind of fucked up. I called our health insurance, and like there was a guy that told me he was diagnosed with adult ADHD at like 40, and this guy had made his own fucking company, his own like teaching company, where he literally like did all of the work. He didn't have a secretary. He did everything by himself for like 10, 20 years. Didn't even know he had ADHD, and here's the funny thing. So, he didn't know he had ADHD until, he didn't know he had ADHD until like he was just kind of like in his office. His wife had been calling him, and then he gets tapped on the shoulder, and he's just, what? Huh? And then his wife is just like, hey, I was trying to talk to you. Why didn't you call me? I did. Well, why didn't you say something? I was trying to talk to you for the past 5 minutes. And anybody that has ADHD knows exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Anybody that has ADHD knows exactly what I'm talking about. And it's like, you know, Carl's in his 30s. He's in his mid to late 30s. And, you know, it's just, it's one of those things that you don't really know things about yourself. You think you know yourself. You don't. You really don't. Oh, I see Revo respond to my message. Shit. He's awake and I haven't even been able to sleep yet. It happens to me too. Doesn't really happen as much in, you know, speedrunning, because it's like, well, you're so attentive of everything that it's like, well, it's kind of hard to hyper-focus. It's called hyper-focusing, by the way. And the fact that Carl said that he had it, it's just like, I was just thinking, like, yeah, it makes sense. It's nice, though, like, him understanding a new thing about himself, because when you understand that you have a problem of some kind, and I mean, I'm just gonna say it outright, ADHD is a mental problem. That doesn't make it any worse, any better than anybody else. It's just a thing you gotta deal with, and once you know that you have it, things make sense, and you can start fixing things. Yep. Well, I thought, Xana, I thought you said that you were, like, very mildly autistic, but I guess, like, that does kind of, go into, I mean, the fact being on the spectrum can be a bit, what's it called, interesting, not interesting, I'm starting to lose my ability to talk and think. I mean, shit, I've been up for 20 hours. I'm most likely just gonna pull an all-nighter. Yeah. You find out that you're different and you start understanding things and being able to try to fix those things. Because when you're not aware of something, it's really hard to fix it. And then, well, you can cause problems to those around you. Probably not. So here's the thing, is that, some of the symptoms of ADHD and, autism are similar, But the thing is that they are completely different. Um, hyperfocusing, for example, is something. There's a similar thing with autistic people that can where it can happen. Um, oh, but there's a huge difference. With autistic people, they usually just focus on one thing because it's more familiar to them. That's how their brain works. In someone who has ADHD, for example, they will get engrossed into it because that's where their attention is forcing them into. Um, it's similar symptoms coming from completely different ideas. Okay, and Xana's just about to, like, he's about to scold me. Because I don't know anything about autism. All he needs to see my spreadsheets. It's more like an autistic person tends to choose those things, whereas someone with ADHD doesn't really choose to do it. And when they choose to do it, it's like way different. Most of the time you just kind of do it. Yeah, like I had a friend who was like huge into finding glitches for Halo. He would spend tens of hours, you know, like 10 hours in a single day doing one thing over and over again trying to get a trick to work. And he just told me he just told me like, dude, they're saying I might have autism. And then I just ask him one simple question. I ask him about hyperfocusing and he's like, yeah, I do that. I'm like, dude, you don't have autism. You probably have ADHD. Go and get the fuck checked. Go and get checked for it. And then he gets checked for it and he's like, oh yeah, I have ADHD. And I'm like, I knew it. Because like a lot of people can confuse the two, because a lot of the understanding of ADHD with the way that people, oh yeah, a lot of the stuff is misdiagnosed. And like the common understanding of ADHD is completely different from what it actually is. What a lot of people think of ADHD, they think of ADD, which is a subset of ADHD. There's a couple different types, but most of the time, like people with ADHD, I believe it's the most common type. It's the type I have, which has hyperfocus. These people have an incredibly powerful ability to pay attention, but they have no control over it. Which is what causes the hyperfocus. Hyperfocus, like, to explain what hyperfocusing um, is essentially like, think about having a daydream. You know, you're just kind of like, you know, daydreaming. Maybe you're thinking about that girl you liked in class, or, you know, it's like, you're not exactly awake, but you're not asleep either. You're just really deeply in thought. But just imagine that just being a common occurrence with just about anything that you are focusing on, that you like. And then now think about that as a bit more extreme. You don't notice any of your surroundings. You don't fully respond to stimuli. You do, but not always. You will respond to touch, but you will not respond always to sight or sound. That's what hyperfocusing is. Yeah, you can go minutes or you can go hours where you're just focusing on something, and then
Impossible feat.
like someone will just wake you up. So like say your name a couple of times, tap you on the shoulder, and then you're like, "What? Dude, I've been trying to get your attention for 5 minutes. The fuck?" That is hyper focusing. That is what it's like to have ADHD. That's the best way that I can explain it. Also, if your meds caused you to do that, you were probably taking some bad medication, to be honest.
Who I really am.
So like, um, that common misconception has made people think that ADHD is completely different from what it actually is. So that shit got misdiagnosed a lot. Some people had ADHD, some didn't. And usually what people would get is Ritalin. I've taken Ritalin before. What it does is it makes you high, and it gives you a small burst of energy that lasts for a very short amount of time. I mean, of course, it's short. It's short. It's a short release. Whereas, its counterpart, which is Concerta, which is what I take, is extended release. That stuff actually works. It's kind of interesting when you think about it. There's a lot of interesting things that could happen. Being on a higher dosage than was what was safe for you. Yeah, but I mean, some people can go without it. I cannot. My ADHD is really bad. You could have died. Oh shit. That's scary. Yeah, in my case, I'm kind of just stuck with them. That's fine. Oh shit, that is not fine. That's not that tough. When the meds don't really give you too many bad side effects, you're fine. I used to take a medication called clonidine. And when I learned what it actually does to you, I really wanted off of it. And I was just thinking for all my life, I'm never going to learn how to be able to sleep properly. I'm never going to learn how to, sleep without taking medication. And I did it. Now, would I say that that in particular was a good decision? That was not good for me. It was really, really bad for me. But my daytime medication, which I still take, that stuff is like, can't exactly function without it. Like, without it, I have no ability to concentrate. I have no ability to concentrate. I can't push myself to do anything, and all I do is eat. Eat and sleep. It sucks. It's not for everybody, but, well, my 12th grade English teacher kind of put it best. If it's what makes you function, then if it's what makes you function, then you shouldn't feel like it's a burden. But when it becomes a burden, that's when you know that you should work on things getting better. But it all depends. It all depends.
Let's go. Leave this to me, boys.
I missed one. Let me see here. You had all the time and your grandmother didn't help. You have autism, but you really couldn't imagine what ADHD is like. Yeah, and I couldn't imagine what having autism is like. Shit, that must be scary. Like, fuck.
Here we go.
Puta madre, su hijo de su puta madre, joder. It's that time where I'm starting to curse in Spanish again. That usually happens when I get tired.
Now what are we gonna do?
I mean, I respect the struggle
Bring it on.
of somebody who has autism. I know it's tough. I can't imagine it, but I know it's tough. I mean, the side effects of having autism versus ADHD are very similar to each other, especially people with Asperger's syndrome, which they call that autistic spectrum disorder now, I think. People with ADHD and Asperger's usually get like really bad social anxiety. And oh, it's just high functioning autism now? Okay.
Careful not to fall. It's really dangerous here.
Um
Got it.
so like people who have both of these syndromes
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja power.
usually have a tendency to have dyspraxia, which I have, by the way. It is a fucking miracle that I am capable of playing input-based games despite the fact that I have dyspraxia. Which is funny. I have no idea how that's possible, but whatever. They usually have like a heightened like amount of social anxiety, which is usually caused by overstimulus.
And move slowly.
What are you doing? Be quiet.
Zen, I hate to break it to you, but like most communities like that are usually, especially on Twitter at least, are usually not worth your time. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. It's nice having friends that have ADHD, but I would not want to interact with I wouldn't really want to interact with people who are like that. Like, yes, it would be nice to have a bunch of ADHD friends, but like,
That can only be obtained by using this trick.
I don't know. I mean, both of my closest friends have ADHD, and I'm happy that I can share experiences with them, but just random people? Hell no. Hell no. I don't want our only fucking connection to be ADHD. That's boring. That's boring. It's not as fun to have friends to like
Impossible feat.
engross yourself with
Ultimate ninja
people who have the same problems as you. And especially people that make that basically like the defining thing of who they are. I don't want to just talk to somebody. Okay, that makes sense, Santa. That makes sense in your case.
me show you who I really am.
I knew it was here. Don't hesitate. It's part of your job.
Hey, I'm not judging.
Flame genius scientist.
What a psycho!
But I don't know, it's like I respect the struggle, but at the same time, it's like, why not just
This isn't the end. All right.
I don't know. I just like having more people, like more variability in the people that I interact with. And now that I have a group of friends who are a lot more closer to just normal, upright dudes.
Now for the real test. All of you are about to enter Eggman's territory.
No, like, and I would say that these guys are not necessarily anybody special, but what makes it special with me is that, well, hey, they're nice people, care about me, care about the people around them. That's a hell of a lot better than what I had to deal with in the Sonic community, I'll tell you that much. That's been therapeutic. That's one of the reasons why I've been a lot less on speedrunning game and more on Destiny, because I have people that I can just hang out with.
Those suspicious machines.
I don't need to
There's something from that.
think about, oh boy, what kind of toxicity do I have to deal with today? How am I going to have to imagine opening up the Discord and being annoyed when it's just seeing buds and it's like, hey, you want to play some Destiny? Oh yeah, sure, man. Let's play some Destiny. Trials. It is worse than a fucking dumpster fire. Okay, so they actually found a way to win Trials of Osiris without actually playing. Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing, Xana. It has always been complete and total garbage. And the funny thing is that Destiny, like Bungie, actually really does care about their game. People give them shit all the time, and they make a lot of fucking mistakes, but they have heart. They are honestly trying. They are really trying. And I respect them for it. Oh, yep. It got completely shut down, and I mean, I'm a PvE player. I don't want to play Trials of Osiris because it's filled with tryhards and bots. Well, not anymore.
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja.
Not anymore. Used to be like that. Not anymore. Now it's mostly just people were just throwing themselves off the cliff because that's how they would win. They would do nothing. They'd just win the match.
Here's your next mission. A child's lost in that palace. Find and rescue that child.
Maybe best to try up there.
I mean, every time I play PvP, I just hate it because the way that Destiny works, which is something that I somewhat don't agree with, is the fact that PvP has like no balance. You either go with the meta or you're fucked. Completely fucked. And I also use one of the weakest classes, which is the Hunter. Which everybody hates Hunters, and Hunters hate everybody, because Hunters are not the meta. And so Hunters shit on people. Everybody hates Titans in PvP because Titans are fucking broken. Everybody, people like Warlocks because it's like, oh yeah, it's powerful. They're powerful, but hey, everybody can use a Warlock. But Titans are assholes. So everybody hates Titans, and then everybody hates Hunters because Hunters are hated by everybody.
I thought I sensed Chow.
And then the weapons, like, the weapons have no balance as well. I mean, they have a little bit of balance, but not a lot of balance. But here's the thing that I never understood about how they were making Destiny. Why don't you just make a PvP pool and a PvE pool? You balance the damage ratios and everything so that way certain weapons work well for PvE, but if you try to use them in PvP, they have a different damage ratio that makes them more balanced for just for PvP. Then people wouldn't care as much, and then they wouldn't have to like adjust things for. Then they wouldn't have to do that. Yeah, I really think that they should do that for Destiny. And plus the thing is that it would be a little easier to rework because when you think about it, if you need to patch something for PvP, it doesn't affect PvE at all. And then the PvE players like me aren't going to get pissed because PvP players don't know how to fucking play respectfully. But PvE stuff usually doesn't affect PvP stuff because most of the time things that are overpowered are heavy weapons and you can't usually use heavy weapons. But overall, if you have the right people to play with, Destiny is a very fun experience. Now here's the thing though. When I first was playing Destiny 2, you know, I don't like MMOs, not big into them. And, you know, I was just playing, playing a little bit because I wanted to scratch the Halo itch. And then one of the guys that was running Sonic Adventure at the time, he probably is still running it. You know, I thought he was cool, you know. So I saw he played Destiny. So I was like, hey, you wanna play some Destiny? And he was like, sure. And I played Destiny with him and his friends. They were fucking toxic. They were horrible to each other. They were horrible to me. And then they were like, oh, we don't... But you play too much like a Halo player. Oh, we don't like the way you have your build. You should do this. You should use this weapon. You should do this. You should do this. And then I was just sitting here thinking like, okay, motherfuckers. I hate this game. You ruined this game for me. And they actually did, and I didn't pick it back up until like a year later. When I had, you know, when the pandemic started. And then all my, you know, personal friends were playing it. And then I was like, this game is fun. Because I have people I can play with. This makes me happy. And it makes me more pissed because this guy basically ruined something that I really could have had a lot of experience with my friends playing. But I skipped out on it specifically because of that shit. And it's like... I don't like it. But I mean, that's the thing. And we all have a saying. I was the first one to vocalize it. But we have a saying. When you play Destiny, assume everybody's an asshole until proven otherwise. I did end up switching my build to make it more fitting with the meta, but I did it on my own accord. And then I started getting into min-maxing. But I mean, the moral of the story is that if you want to play a game like, say, Destiny, make sure that you have the right friends to do it with. Because, like, don't play with randos. Assume everybody's an asshole, especially if it's a community like that. But I mean, I have fun playing Destiny. Recently, I've been doing more, Dinosaur Planet, which I know anybody that's been seeing my, my recent streams and all that stuff, I've been doing a lot in Dinosaur Planet. Looking stuff up and finding things. Having friends play with is tough. You're right. They're mythical beings that I somehow have contact with.
Job. Mission complete.
Impossible feat.
Was it 6:20 yet?
Ultimate ninja power.
Yep. Athena's going to start going crazy because my dad's leaving for work. This will probably be my last run of the night. I've been streaming for 3 hours. Was Dinosaur Planet actually finished before becoming Star Fox? No. Oh boy. Dinosaur Planet has a lot of content, but it was cut. A bunch of the content was cut, or is like currently inaccessible because of the fact that it's like it's just still a developmental build. So first, the whole thing about Fox is that Miyamoto was like, hey, that guy's a fox. Why don't we put Fox in here instead? So they did it.
Take care of Eggman's robots first. Let's go.
Job. Mission complete.
104.64.
Perfect. The work of
But I mean, like, the game is in a state where if you were to fix the game up and make it like playable from start to finish, you'd probably have about 10, maybe 20 hours of content.
I'll find Eggman's treasure first.
There's been a misunderstanding, but I doubt if they'll listen to us.
All right, then let's do it.
I couldn't really get into that stuff, and I hate gacha. I completely hate gacha.
Hey, what's next?
100%. I'm sorry. I hate it. Especially when I found out that, like, Don was playing Raid Shadow Legends. And if you know anything about Don, Don has incredible amount of luck. And then he basically got champions that were... He got champions that were, like, really hard to get without paying for them.
Where there's light,
He just got them. And then he just told me, like, oh yeah, I'm just idling and the game's playing itself while we were watching Kizaron. And I was like, just sitting here like, wait, what? What do you mean? Huh? The game plays itself? And I was just like, but then you're not fucking playing the game! What's the point? These things are an abomination! Like, I saw Genshin Impact, and I was just thinking, like, oh yeah, that's nice. And then I was kind of thinking of maybe playing it because my friends were playing it. But as soon as I heard about Don saying the thing where he could just idle, I was like, no, gotcha is a fucking sin, and I never want to play a fucking gotcha game ever. I don't agree with games being consumer. Like, yeah, when I think that I can just pay to do things, and then I know for a fucking fact that I have to, like, just sit there and wait while some motherfucker's paying $10 to basically do the exact same thing that I'm doing, but 10 times faster, I get pissed. And then I'm just like, why? Why should I play this game? This isn't fun. Why are people finding this fun? I mean, I'm a cheap bastard. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm a cheap fucking bastard. I don't want to pay $10 for something to progress. I'm more of a person who would say in Destiny, because I like Bungie, I love Bungie. Ever since seeing the stuff that they've changed in Destiny 2 since they left Activision, since before they left Activision, I was just like, I like Bungie. And then I see that they have nice little ornaments that you can pay $5-10 for. I will pay for that. I have paid for it. Because I agree with Bungie's business models. Even though they fuck up all the fucking time. I would rather have somebody that would fuck up in your face and then fix it when they can than stick with it completely and fuck you over. I'll pay $10 for a neat little like armor set that I can put on top of my armor. I'll do that. Yeah. But I'm not going to pay $10 to progress in a game just because I can't progress. Because I just find that predatory in the end. Oh boy, I'm being hosted by Flying Ragey. What's up, dude? Huh, not bad RNG actually. Okay. Good. Charmy level up.
Behold, ninja power.
Yeah, it draws you in with cute anime girls, and honestly, I am a pretty big fan of Texas. But I mean, wrong Texas. I actually got. It actually worked. Please, Vector, you have one more chance. You have one more chance to level up. Thank fuck. I actually fucking did it. It was bad.
This is only the beginning. Don't get too excited, boys. Those were the easy ones.
And, I don't know, man. I'm just not a big fan of. I'm just not a big fan of business practices. How does Vector puke up bombs? Because tits. Typical crocodile biology. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, ¿qué pasa, tío?
Dude, I wasn't able to sleep last night. So I've just playing El Volador. And of course, as you saw, I submitted to the Grupiton. You're watching on YouTube, but you can't post this smiley. Yeah. Or there. I mean, I actually finally got some money, but shit, man. Like, oh yeah. Okay, so do you want to know what the fuck the problem was? So like, this is bullshit. This is actual bullshit. Okay? So the new Windows security update fucked the drivers. Yeah, it was Windows 10 being stupid. The Windows update that we had on February 13th, or not February 13th, but you know what I mean, like, it updated. Gilipollas. Yeah. So it updated and then fucked the audio of the driver. And so here's the thing. No way. No way. So here's the dumb thing is that what you could do is you could download the driver for instead of the Extreme Cap U3. Instead of the Extreme Cap U3, you could use the Extreme, which I'm pretty fucking sure is literally just the same damn thing, but just reskinned and with some slightly updated architecture, because you could just take the damn driver and then update it to the Extreme Cap U3, and then it works just fine. It's just considered a different device, and then it works fine. That's what I had to do. I am mad, because I spent, like, half a month worrying about that shit, because I wanted to post to the Grupiton, and I also wanted to fucking, you know, just stream Heroes, because I wanted to. And I couldn't because of that. And Avermedia is like, I don't want to fucking update that. Buy our new shit. And I'm just like, dude, it's the same fucking shit. It's not like the damn, like, it's not like the damn LGP, because the LGP is different. Like, this shit has the same damn architecture, I'm pretty fucking sure, because it works the same. If it works without any fucking issues at all. Then there's that. Yeah, El Gato is stupid too. El Gato is really bad, and everybody tells me, oh no, El Gato doesn't have any problems. Bull fucking shit. I hear that. I hear people have problems with it on a fucking daily basis. Like, dude, how hard is it to, like, you know, stream with it? Incredibly. It is incredibly hard to get it. And then people just assume, hey, I don't have any problems. Well, people have told me. I literally had people tell me, like, no, it's a really good capture card, and I heard nothing but bad things. Like the Aver, like here's the thing that I'm gonna. No, it was the driver. The update broke the driver. Um. So here's the thing. That's kind of interesting. Here's the thing that's kind of interesting. Like, I'm not going to tell you that Aver Media is like amazing. It's not. But it was not that difficult to fully set up compared to the Dazzle. Um, and I mean, honestly, once they got it working, this thing has been perfectly fine up until recently. But now I might not even need to care about it because if I could just use the current drivers for the new capture card, I don't give a shit. But I mean, like, my capture quality, I love my capture quality. I think it looks great.
Weapon capsule.
We found the capsule!
Now let's get to work, boys.
With black magic installations.
Let's go.
Oh boy.
Here we go. 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 Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go.
I wonder if we can use that pole to go up.
Let's go. Let's
So I will say, like, I mean, Aver Media, it has great capture quality, but it has a really, really, really bad, it has a really bad, like, support.
careful not to fall. It's really dangerous here. Let's go.
This has to be the giant.
If you're willing to, like, go through the errors and find this stuff, I would honestly tell you that,
It's going to take us.
We'll find out shortly.
I'd honestly tell you, if you're willing to take the time to set this damn thing up, it's worth it. Because it does look nice. But, here's the thing, is that there's better alternatives out there. Wait a minute, Maddie. What's up, dude?
It shot us quite a distance.
If you're willing, and you should just get a better capture card. Something that's not garbage. And something that's not stupid to set up. Not easy. That's very difficult. But, it is worth it. And honestly, I do not regret this capture card one bit. I mean, it was a gift.
We're fine.
It was an eBay snipe. It was a damn good eBay snipe. Paid like 50% on it because nobody wanted it. I still have an LGP that, like, I would like to, it's one that I have called, it's called the Aver Media Extreme Cap U3. It's an older one. It's actually older than the Live Gamer Portable. But this one supports a lot of different resolutions. Namely, the problem with the LGP is that I sometimes run PAL games, and I can't run those at 50 frames per second on the LGP because it doesn't support it. You have to get another capture card to run it at 50. So, like, if I want to run Twin Sanity, for example, with this I can do 576p 50, which is nice.
That must be.
What do we do now?
But see, PAL 50 doesn't matter for you, where it matters for me.
Piece of cake. Ready all cannons. Open fire.
And, I mean,
Looks pretty tough. Are we ready?
I am looking eventually to get an HDMI cable for my PS2.
No, the body is still intact.
Because I would like to get back into or not get back into twins, but recording PS2 stuff. Maybe, you know, maybe I just want to casually play. Damn.
Ready all cannons! Open fire! Looks pretty
Maybe someday I just want to casually play through something on my PS2. I would love to have an HDMI adapter for that. Or adapter. You can get them for fairly cheap.
Is that it?
I say cheap, it's like 50 bucks. That's not exactly cheap, but
Retreat! Let's go. Target destroyed. You'll pay for that.
yeah, everybody else would be like, what the fuck just happened? And I'm just like, yeah, that happens sometimes. Where you can wire an HDMI port straight into the board.
That'll shut him up for a while.
Yeah, you can just get a, you could just get it's not really an upscaler, but it just gives you HDMI out. What was it called? Shit, it's that one that everybody's been using.
Here's your next mission.
The,
Bones in this jungle. Once they start to croak, they start to rain. Spot it easily. Get through the jungle without being
what was it called? I can't think of the name right now. What was the name? Wasn't Retro Link. Yeah, Sarah knows what I'm talking about. I can't think of the name. It's what I have for my original Xbox that I'm using right now. No, it wasn't Retro Tink. Ooh, that was actually perfect. What the fuck? I lost all my damn speed. It was the thing that's not the Retro Link. It's no, not OSSC. I'm talking about something cheap. There's two competitors with the HDMI thing. One of them is RetroLink, and the other one is something else. And I just can't fucking remember what the hell the damn name is. It's not an upscaler. I think OSSC is an upscaler.
Here's your next mission.
Hey, Cleedon, what's up, dude?
Once they start to croak,
The pound cable. The pound cable. There we go.
by the frogs.
Yeah, like it's the choice between pound cable and the RetroLink, and I don't remember which one was better for playing PS1 games because I mean, you know, in case for some dumb reason I want to get back into Crash 2, which I probably never will. I would have the option, or say if I want to record something in Twins, I would have something that's, you know, decent quality. And doesn't require me having to have a bunch of fucking, like, cables to be able... Oh, I dropped my input there. Something that doesn't require me to have a bunch of, like, splitters or stupid things, otherwise I'd have to play on, like, ridiculous input delay. And capture cards, like, believe me, most capture cards have input delay. Yeah, I have to look up the video to see which one's technically better for PS1. Because, like, the pound cable makes the PS1 look really good. or one of those two makes the PS2 look really good. Or the PS1 specifically, but it doesn't make PS2 look good. What makes PS2 look good is you play PS2 on a PS3. But PS1, one of those cables actually makes it look better than PS3, which is interesting. I think everyone uses an OSSC now for PS1 games. Of course, it looks amazing. Yeah, but that requires buying an OSSC and like that. Isn't that like really expensive? $300? Fuck no! I'm not spending $300 fucking dollars just to like glorify my fucking pixels, you know what I'm saying? I'm not paying $300 to glorify my fucking pixels. I'd rather pay for something half the fucking price.
From here on, don't fall in.
Yeah, like I'm not even comfortable spending like $100. Like I will if I have to, but I need an extra life. Extra life achieved. Let's go.
Here we go. Thank you. Job. Mission complete.
Like, sure, maybe somewhere down the line I got a fucking job, a good paying job. I'll spend 300, 400 bucks. But the thing is I don't make any money. So why the fuck would I spend 300 fucking dollars on a hobby that doesn't bring me any money just because I want to make it look good? No, 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 no. That's a dumb idea. And I know, people who know me are like, but G-Pro, you always have dumb ideas. But motherfucker, I'm not that dumb, holy shit. Ah, fucking hell. I mean, that's why they have Sersan quality. Puta madre, esto hasta la polla, joder. Yep, it's still that time of day. Cursing in Spanish, not even really like controlling it, it just happens. Look, this is what happens when you become bilingual. Is that like you will end up cursing and shit in other languages. Okay, I got 3 1-ups. Gambling copycats. There's a lot of audio issues.
There's gotta be a major. There's gotta be a major misunderstanding.
I've never seen that before.
Back down now.
Dude, I'm gonna be fucking real with all of you motherfuckers. By the way, Japanese does not actually have cursing. It has taboo words. It's a little different. But here's one thing I'm gonna tell you motherfuckers. And I'm sorry, I know people like their graphics, but 4K is not fully supported. There is no reason to buy something that's 4K unless you get it for a damn good price, okay? Like, holy shit.
Here's your next mission.
Like, people go crazy over 4K, and it's like, are you serious? You're paying 500, 600 motherfucking dollars on a damn TV that supports 4K. 400, 500 fucking dollars. And then here's the other thing. People are spending like fucking $300 on a fucking gaming chair. It's like, seriously, where do you people get this money from? Holy shit, I'm poor. But seriously, I can understand if it's like, I can understand if it's like a if I can understand, you know, if you got things that are fully 4K compatible. And yes, maybe the colors are a little more vibrant, but the thing is that like I just don't understand people paying a fucking fortune for quality that like you could still like look at a lower quality and then just be okay with it. Like what I'm looking at right now on my screen, which by the way is a little better than what you see on the capture card, is it's just 720p, and this shit looks fucking clean. Like, I'm just sitting here thinking like, damn, if I had 4K, I'd be seeing all these fucking pixels. Like, it looks clean. To be fair, I have 1080p TVs. Yeah, that's also true, Xana. But I'm just sitting here thinking like, damn, people are spending all their money, and I know a lot of people get upset at me when I'm sitting here not understanding why people would pay for it. But it's like, look, man,
Impossible feat.
I don't have enough money to comprehend spending $300. Okay, I cannot spend $300. I cannot fathom spending $300 without taking such a huge hit that I'm like, holy shit. Like, $100 is uncomfortable, but like nowadays I'm like, you know, if I gotta spend $100 on something, I'll do it. Or if it's something that I really think it's worth doing. But if it's like, if it's above that much, I don't know, man. That shit gives me anxiety, holy shit. And it just makes me realize that, holy shit, people have so much more money than I do. And you might think, like, hey, I'm in a very unfortunate situation. I'm just a fucking poor-ass college student who doesn't have a job. Been working on it, though. Yeah, the curved stuff's mostly for immersion. Because of the way that the way that field of view is, because it's all around. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense, really. We actually have like a 60-70 inch TV in the TV room, and it's actually very old. But it's huge. It doesn't even support 1080p. It's all 720p. I'd like to see what gaming is on it. Or what gaming on it is like. See, here's the thing about poor people. And I know this from experience because I am poor myself. Poor people buy fancy things because they don't know the value of saving money. Middle class people stay middle class because they don't even need, because they don't buy fancy shit. They buy normal people shit. Poor people are the people that buy a whole bunch of this, like, a whole bunch of this expensive shit. Why do you think that poor people stay poor? It's not entirely, and I'm talking about people who are above the poverty line. I'm not talking about people below the poverty line. That's different. But, like, you know, poor people that aren't, like, in financial danger buy stupid shit and they stay poor. Because because it's like, you want to make yourself look like you're not poor. Yeah, that too. It's all stupid psychology. It's really stupid psychology. Very predatory.
Careful not to fall. It's really dangerous here.
The worst thing is that a lot of this stuff is actually good for the economy, which does actually improve quality of life for people. That's stupid. But the thing is that the more you actually buy, the better it is for the economy.
Careful not to
Because
fall. It's really
our
dangerous.
fucking system is based off of supply and demand, and the way that economies grow is by pumping money into them. That's how they work. When people stop pumping money into the economy, we get a recession. Which is what we've all been going through right now with the pandemic. People aren't spending money because they want to save their money. But the thing is that in order to prevent a fucking recession, you have to spend money. So in that regard, you actually are helping the economy by being stupid. Which then you really think about it, the poor people are really what makes the economy. It's the poor people and debt. Because debt is like the biggest running factor. It's the biggest it's the biggest running fact, biggest thing that actually runs our economy. It's kind of weird. Also, I see, for me it depends on the game, like whether like frame rate makes a difference. You get if I play Halo 3 right the fuck now, I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna be like, damn, this shit's smooth. I'm gonna be fine with it. But then I'll play Master Chief Collection and I'm like, holy shit, because it's 60 FPS. And then that'll be my reference. You can only understand frame rate if it has a reference. And the thing is that you're not going to be able to tell the difference if you're not trained in it. And if it doesn't bother you, you will never be able to. You'll never know the difference until you have a point of reference. Like older games, and by older games I don't mean like N60. Well, I mean N64 games specifically. N64 games and some GameCube games were all in 30. Some GameCube games were actually in 60. Heroes was one of them. But some games you would say this is 60, and the thing is that they look fine in 60. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. I think people make too much of a big deal about frame rates, because in certain situations you can't tell the difference between 30 and 60 unless you pay attention. And the thing is that you don't need be able to pay attention to understand that you're playing a video game. Certain games look very choppy in 30 because certain games are made to run at 60. Or certain games would have a lot of benefits to having 60. Like say for instance, Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled, for example, would have benefited greatly from having 60 FPS. The only reason why it didn't have 60 FPS is the dumb fucks in who actually like coded the damn game. The dumb fucks who coded the damn game decided that the Sakura leaves in Coco Park were a lot more important than actual frame rate. So they decided to push the graphics engine to its absolute fucking limit in 30 FPS so that way they could just push it. Instead of putting a limiter, making sure that it ran smoothly at 60. That is stupid. And I do think that in a lot of ways it is ridiculous to expect that games can't run in 60. But at the same time, not all games are made to run at 60. Some games are made to run at 30, and you should respect that.
Don't get too excited, boys. Those were the easy ones.
Both of my monitors right now are TVs.
Keep bringing them on! We'll take them all out!
Actually, right now I'm using a single monitor because my the monitor, quote unquote, that I use as my main monitor is also my TV that I'm using to play Heroes on right now, because it has 5 milliseconds of input delay, and that 5 milliseconds is perfectly fine for me. Also, you can buy an LCD TV. LCD TVs don't have input delay, I believe, but they're bulky as shit.
Once we start a job, we finish the job. That's a policy. We're Team Chaotix.
I've been talking like constantly for 4 hours, and I'm still able to do that.
What?
Yeah, LCD TVs. They were the things that came after CRTs, but before HD. LCD TVs, I believe, have no input delay. But they're usually very bulky. They're bulkier than CRTs.
How could we reach this altitude already?
Flying this high makes me dizzy!
You're a bee. You're supposed to be used to flying, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm not talking about LCD HD TVs. I'm talking about actual, like, honest to goodness LCD.
Distance from the cannon. Good job, boys.
This egg fleet's going pretty fucking well. Eh. That is a point. Fuck. That was going really well too.
Roger.
I think it's better for me to just kind of call it here.
Impossible feat.
I honestly think it's better for me to call it.
Um, I mean, I'm tired, and I think that it's not such a good idea to.
So far, so good. Here's
I
your
don't think it's. I don't think it's a good idea. Yeah, don't expect me to ever stream this late again. At least not for a really long time. I usually don't stream anywhere near close to this late. Sir. I'm not gonna raid anybody. I can check to see if there's anybody to raid. Most likely won't be though. There's Legna. Actually, I am going to host Legna. Go watch him.